Alrighty, hello every folks, and good morning. I apologize to your eardrums. Good morning depending on where you are. Sorry, it's a little bit of a tradition at this point. Like ever since switching over to third shift, everyone just says good morning when it's like friggin' midnight or 1 a.m. anyway. Yeah, somebody was saying that the coffee better be decaf. Man, it was like the one time that Zalmo guy finally had a reason to be useful. Need a heresy inspector in here. But yeah, anyways, hello, welcome every folks to this whole thing. So this is a bit of a vague topic, I'll admit. It's something it's a little bit of a weird one to cover because between these different games and whatnot, there's a hell of a lot of through lines in terms of their mechanics, in terms of their kind of general ideas and whatever else. And oftentimes, again, like people get stuck in like one game or another, insisting that this was the right way, it was handled the perfect way over here, whatever happens to be the argument of the day. But before we get going on all that, just a quick question: can anyone let me know if audio is okay? Because the bars say yes, but I haven't. But there's always that fear that the future comments will say no. So where are we at on that? If anyone could just clarify real quick, would it be greatly appreciated, and then we could go ahead and get going. So let me go ahead and make sure that the controls for Tic Tacs are working fine, because this setup is going to be just super jank in a lot of directions, to be honest. Here, let me see if I can get this as a windowed projector over here. See, the problem is, these games do not like to run side by side on one computer, so basically it's a situation where I have one running off the Switch. So I'm gonna have I have good enough for this kind of situation. Save files over on the Switch for Tor and Fellseal, and then I can just hook up the Vita if we want to talk about some One Vision. But yeah, running those side by side next to Tic Tacs, it just does not want to play nice. So we've got that going on. Anyway, here we go. Windowed projector. Is that going to work right? No? Okay, cool. Well, good to know that doesn't want to work right. So I'm going to have a little bit of a hard time seeing Tor here, but it's all right. We'll make it work. Because, yeah, one of those other funny quirks. Actually, one of the things that I should have mentioned in terms of stuff that Tic Tacs didn't get that Tor did, off screen controls. Now, this is not really something that a lot of folks would need. This is more so on the sort of streaming end of things and what have you. But for example, whenever I was doing those comparison videos between Tor and let's say the PSP version or its SNES version or whatnot, I could basically just use the controls while it's off in the background, and same thing for its sound. Actually, the reason that we're listening to the Switch's soundtrack right now instead of Tic Tac's soundtrack is because there's no option for listening to the music when it's off in the background. Again, weird little system features. I don't know why they didn't have those included, but it is what it is. Okay, I got a few folks saying that audio is good. So is the coffee decaf? No, and get that heresy out of here. We don't drink the the dirt underneath the actual coffee. God no. Drink real coffee around here. Anyway, so let's go ahead and get to it. So partially the sort of general idea here that I was trying to hopefully get across is in terms of translating direct mechanics between each one of the classes, between every one of the classes, every one of the mechanics, and whatever else. It's funny because both FFT and Tor and well all its other versions will all play differently, but it's funny how we see the same ideas consistently re-explored over and over and over again in different ways. So like let's say even going down to the Squire, it's funny how like we had this guy back in let's say the SNES version for TO in their original incarnation, and why did they have the ability to throw a stone? Well, they needed to cherry tap something from far away. Their ability to interact at range with another unit meant that they got experience, and FFT decided to go bring that into the Squire, the learning guy, for the exact same reason. But then it just sort of wound up as this weird little tumor over on the Tactics Ogre side going forward, because they're like, we have this cherry tap move. It's basically going to be a thing on every single class, because that was sort of the norm we already established early on. But now there's really not much of a reason for it outside of waking somebody up. And so it basically just became the thing to snap somebody out of their stupor or what have you, or to have a small chance of knocking somebody backwards. Like, the thing basically did no damage because there was actually defense there. But it's just kind of funny that it's always sort of been there as an idea. It refuses to go away. And yeah, that's just kind of neat. Wait, you don't hear any music? Hold up. hold up. That should not be happening. There should be you should be hearing Tor in the background right now, and in fact, to make sure that there are properly going and figuring out our sound parts over here, let's go ahead and get some Villahania going. Also, let me up this to a resolution above like 5 because I've got this in this tiny little window in the corner of my screen that I can almost read what it says. Get this properly going with some Villahania. Again, it's telling me that the sound is good. So, wait, no game audio. Okay, hopefully, okay, so if this gives you double audio, please let me know. Um, so, here, let's do that. Do we get any audio now? How are we on that? If anybody wants to let me know. According to this, the bars should be fine. They are lining up, so that should be playing properly. Sip of that coffee. Still nothing? The hell? Huh. Alright, hold on. We do have a backup plan in case this does not work, but this should be working, so I'm not sure what it gives. Oh, there it's some now? Okay, good, good, good. In that case, let's see if I up this. According to this, that should be about right. How are we? How's that? I'm going to give it a bit of like a 3-second delay there, see if it's too loud. I know I probably would have gotten drowned out by the crescendo there. Oh, shoot, I forgot to turn off that. Okay, so apologies for the random that going off in the background there. That is the parental controls, because the Switch was gifted to my daughter, and long story short, yeah, that alarm is going to go off every now and then because I don't remember the password to that thing to turn it off. So I guess we're just dealing with it right now. Okay, so whatever. We'll have a Villahania going in the background here, and then we can go ahead and talk about some other stuff. So, as far as mechanics are concerned, this is going to be one of those ones that we're going to go ahead and just kind of like start off talking about some of the basic stuff that Tic Tacs likes to throw into the table, talk about how that evolved. And then I would like to actually work backwards, because once we end up getting to sort of the like Chapter 4 type of stuff, it's kind of fascinating because at that point, One Vision over on the mod side of things kind of takes over, because it basically perfects everything that all of the above managed to do. So hopefully we'll have time for that, but let's go ahead and get to it here. So first and foremost, as far as having a sort of dedicated main character class, this is something that, again, was sort of it seems to be something that Matsuno Games seem to not really particularly like. They seem to like going for that sort of like everyman archetype in a way, that they're just the dude that tried really hard rather than the one that got all the extra abilities. You know, again, with the War of the Lions class is not coming back and whatever. But in terms of just being able to sort of like speed up and scream and whatever else, it is very funny how much of the sort of like Gallant Knight over here does basically convey with a lot of the sort of like most convenient way to set up Lord Denham over on the Tactics Ogre side of things, seeing as the way that they set up the automatic system, the ability to go and speed boost a hell of a lot of abilities and turn them all into automatics, pick up a couple of automatic cards, and basically have an Immortal God unit. It's kind of funny how similar that is to a crazier version of the Gallant Knight, which, by the way, random theory on the name over here, okay? I was thinking earlier today, there was somebody over on the Reddit talking about how they were disappointed that, you know, they didn't do more with this class, which, okay, sure, but specifically with the title, they were throwing out a screenshot where he's going and referencing his dad, saying that he's killing somebody in the name of his dad, you know, the Knight Gallant, you know, Balbanes and all that sort of thing. Thing is, though, he is the Gallant Knight instead of the Knight Gallant, which, again, confusing. Now, here's the thing. Is this a typo, or is this one of these cases where they're kind of continuing the convention of, like, blank knight for everything? They got your, like, Temple Knight over for Beowulf, you got your, you know, ultimate, well, Holy Knight, sure, for Mr. Orlando, but, like, you might as well just call him Ultimate Knight. What are we doing there? Point is that it's always something knight. So what if in this particular case, it's not that he was meant to be knight gallant like his dad was, but he is the gallant knight. Like, he is dad knight. There we go. He is dad kid knight. There we go. Also, let's see. Gotta come here. It's so great to see you streaming content. Great to see you live. Well, appreciate you for stopping by. This one is going to be scatterbrained as hell, so welcome to the chaos. Anyway, so yeah. Is there a little bit of a connection there between what this guy's class is and what is, in many ways, sort of the most convenient way to set up Denim if you're not going for sort of like the primary damage type of option over there in Tactics Ogre Reborn? I like to think so, but there's no real direct connection there. However, it is worth noting that the fact that they decided to change the way that items work to where, once again, a couple of characters are the ones that are more likely to be like the Chemist, in that case being the Beast Tamer and the Fusilier, rather than the Chemist and the Orator. Yes, technically the Orator doesn't have built-in items, but they are the other gun guy. They have a lot of very similar vibes between the two. But either way, we once again have two similar classes that just happen to have guns, that just happen to like, throwing items a lot of the time. I know I've talked to at least 3 other people that like to run Orator, throw items, and then item as a secondary, so just have them as the more stylish Chemist, as it were. So I don't know if that really, translates to everybody else, but it is a nice, convenient combo there. Either way, it's just cool to see that that particular idea still translated between both of those games, but the one thing we don't necessarily see is the Knight's kind of breaking stuff commands, and I like to think that in Tor's case, there's just more of a sort of understanding over the fact that there has to be some drama to your item loss. There has to be a cost associated to your items that isn't just, I have sword, you have sword that you just spent an hour grinding for, I break your sword, go fuck yourself. It would be, I would think it would be more of a case that in Tor's, well, kind of more slow burn type of approach, they wanted to make it to where the Knight essentially translates its item breaking mechanics as the death mechanics in this one. Now, hear me out, alright? So for those unfamiliar with Tactics Ogre Reborn, if a character dies, instead of having the items just returned to your inventory, or instead of having them deleted, depending on which versions are there before, in whatever different entries, instead what we have is that character will essentially give their dramatic death quote, up to and including, I blame myself and God, which I can't believe that Tactics Ogre did the line, Tic Tacs almost did the line, it still wins in that very, very unbelievably specific niche. But those items are then lost on the ground. However, enemies can come up and then steal those items, and additionally, if the character is shot off a cliff, those items are permanently destroyed. So this means that they potentially destroy their entire inventory if the character's body is destroyed. Now, the cool thing about this is because, it still has that same element of those items having the threat of being destroyed by basically, average Joe soldier over there, but instead we have the added drama of essentially playing kickball with somebody's corpse and all of their looted equipment in a bag. I don't know, there's just something very... God, what was the feeling even... There's just something very emotional about that. Like, when you had a character, and you really care more about their equipment than the character themselves, but it sort of adds drama to this otherwise, like, nobody unit that you just sort of picked up along the way and gave a bunch of relics to. I don't know. I always got a good bit more out of that in Tor than an FFT there, but would be curious to see what folks think of that thing. Oh, let's see here. Please call me Ramza. Gallant Knight was my father. Well, it would be Knight Gallant. Get it right, dang. Let's see, it'd be so thrilling after you crafted for hours and hours for some mook to just break it. Oh yeah, dude, could you imagine if they combined any of these systems with the PSP Tactics Ogre crafting system? Dude, somebody would have firebombed the office. Let's see, it's truly annoying for those lost weapons that you crafted for so long. Yeah, it's... Man, that was the other thing. Again, PSP, for those unfamiliar, since I know we have a lot of new FFT fans, PSP Tactics Ogre was a very different beast to what Tactics Ogre Reborn was. And the crafting system, if I can just go ahead and sort of show it here real quick. So here, let me find the right set of controllers over here. Let's go backwards over here and find ourselves a happy little crafting area. Does this have one, or is this one of the other ones? No, what floor is this? This is beginning of Palace of the Dead. Okay, that is just getting left then. Sorry, I just pulled up a random, endgame save file, so we just kind of have that going on. Anyway, let's go ahead and pop this sucker over here. and have a little bit of a discussion and whatnot. So we go over to the shop. Now, this is hilarious because, again, I just want to reiterate the absolute ridiculousness of this particular mechanic back on PSP. I'm not going to pull it up right now because I have to go connect the Vita and stuff like that, but let's say you had a weapon, all right? Let's say you had a particular weapon that you liked. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up in a bigger preview here so that I can get a better idea for it. Actually, come to think of it, what am I doing with this? I probably can put it in a separate window. This. There we go. Can I have a preview for just this? No, wait. I can! Oh my goodness, I can actually see things. Okay, fantastic. So, let's go ahead and find a weapon that some FFT fans might be familiar with over here. We get some swords. Let's say we go down over here. And you know how you've got your sleep sword upgrade around Chapter 4? Well, we have this little bit of a sort of pun class of weapons in Tactics Ogre, wherein we have Damascus Steel weapons that all will have the stun effect, because Damascus Steel is stunning. Yes, they decided to build a whole thing based off puns, just roll with it. Anyway, so in order to craft this weapon, the initial requirement was not simply to go get this weapon. It was a case where you essentially had to acquire a sword by some means. Original PSP version, this meant that you actually had to already have completed the game to be able to get it at the store, or you had to spawn a random enemy and essentially convince them to join your team, or kill them enough times that they ended up dropping the thing. So already we've got pain in the ass section number 1. From there, we then take the further thing that you don't actually know what this does until you make it. Bear that in mind going forward. This square menu thing over here is something that Tor ended up adding, moving it over from the standard inventory, because this one was largely based off a lot of sort of tabletop-esque vibes, which meant that we happened to see a situation that that we had to have a lot of flippy pages and whatnot. So every manual has a sub-manual and all of that sort of thing. So, we find ourselves a Damascus sword by some means. I will point out that when they did the remake in this case, you can just go get the damn sword at the store, for one thing. You can also complete optional objectives earlier on in order to go get yourself one, as well as several other weapons that people oftentimes would like to use. So, for example, getting that Damascus sword early does allow you to craft a stunning weapon early if you decided to go out of your way for those side quests. Same thing for something like the Cutlass, which allows you to have a weapon that causes a inaccuracy debuff to be dropped on something if you end up hitting them. This is surprisingly useful in this context. Like, just imagine a sword that inflicted blind if you're coming from the FFT side. It's not exactly the same, but it's close enough to be the same deal. Like, this combined with, let's say, giving yourself a dodge buff, basically gave you roughly 40% dodge to all attacks, and then you could go and combine this with a class that, let's say, had a automatic sort of physical shield that would pop up, and so they would essentially have to be hit at least once to do damage at all, and then they would only take damage on a second hit, which made this a potentially very potent sword for them. Anyway, going back to it, though, this sword over here, which I will point out for even further context, oftentimes would end up becoming outdated like the moment you got the thing in its original outing, okay? The PSP version was not friendly to any weapons that didn't have a high attack value, so these debuff weapons had a tendency to completely drop off within like an hour of getting the dang things, and they would take a really long time to get. Okay, enough preamble though. Let's assume you got yourself the sword, you got yourself the upgrade. Oh, what do you mean by the upgrade? Well, you have to get yourself the blade, which means that you are unlocking the elemental temples, you are going off on a side quest. I hope you did the right dialogue choices, and now hopefully you went and got yourself the drop out of one character, which I believe this one came from the female knight over in the lightning temple, if I recall correctly, that's standing on the left side of the staircase of about 3 or 4 maps in, that is going to be sitting there with roughly like a 10 to 15% chance to drop the dang book if she decides to even show up that day. So, alright, now we're already that many layers deep over a basic debuff weapon. Further, let's go ahead and talk about what you had to do in that particular version to get your stuff. Okay, so we start off with a pile of, well, of, yes, we're still going down that list. We start off with a pile of roughly something like 50 inferior ore. These are a cheap item that you can just go and buy at the shop. From there, you had to go through a long crafting animation in order to craft them 3 separate times to individually craft 3 iron ore. You then had to do this for 2 iron ingots, which would then mean that you are now up to 6 crafting animations, and then from there, you have another 2 to craft them into these ingots. We are now up to 8 crafting animations. We then needed graphite, which we again got from this, which means 2 more crafting animations, which means that we are now up to 10 crafting animations. Then we go over to the wood that we need to make the hilt, and this will be 4 logs into a baboa wood, which will get us up to 11 crafting animations, which then gets us to the wood steel, which means we have to make balder and steel. In order to make steel, we need to make iron, which once again, using our same math from before, will give us another 8 crafting animations, meaning we are now up to 19 crafting animation screens, and then we need balder ingots. In order to make balder, we need to go make balder ore and silver ingots. So to make balder ore, we need inferior ore, which means that we are now up to, I lost count, I think it was like 21 crafting animations, and then to make silver ore, we need to go through that same rigmarole as the iron ones, which means that we are now up to 27 crafting animations. We then need 4 more to actually craft the bars themselves, and we are now up to 31 crafting animations. And now, at 32 crafting animations, we now are at a situation that we can finally roll for like a 30% chance to make that Damascus sword. This system was, like, this system alone sold a lot of people on this remake. Because not only can you just automatically make all this bullshit, you can go ahead and just, you know, get it with 100% accuracy. It's, yeah, I apologize for giving everybody PTSD right from the get-go, but when we are talking leaps and bounds of an upgrade between versions and or, like, rose-tinted goggles for that PSP version, I want to set the bar right there, okay? This weapon would become outdated the first time you got an ice weapon as a drop, likely before you even got to this point. So, there's that. Have a nice little sippy sip of our coffee, and we'll go ahead and move on here. Alright, let's see. What did I miss then? Do you like Reborn more than PSP? Oh my god, dude. I am... Like, PSP, I would touch for, like, a challenge run meme or something like that. Reborn just blows it out of the water. It's not even close. I want to point out also, a lot of times when people say, like, oh, PSP was better or whatever else, what they really mean is One Vision is mechanically superior in many ways. But you have to realize they bring completely different things to the table. Like, okay, let's just go ahead and kind of throw this team into a fight here. I completely don't remember what this team is like because I haven't used the save file in over a year. But let's go ahead and sort of throw in whatever happens to be first on the team over here, and we'll go with that. What's Couch Potato built like? I mean, sure, why not? That'll be decent enough, I guess. And we'll go ahead and get into it here. So, I don't remember, again, what any of these team members do, so we'll just kind of roll with it. So when it comes to equipment, when they went and redid all the drops in this one, this means that you actually are going to get a hold of endgame equipment. It's no longer weirdly gated in all kinds of different locations. But what we saw was a very different sort of intent behind the balance here. Apparently I have them set on AI. Perfect, whatever. We'll just kind of let this happen. Oh, right! Bon Yuri is in this party. Okay, whatever. This fight's going to win itself. I made... one of the mechanics that they added in this one, I just want to point this out, is the ability to basically do a custom create a class. So there is a weapon that is a sort of like endgame two-handed sword, part of a really strong weapon set called the Ogre Blade. The thing basically is a soul-snatching weapon, which was a very pointless mechanic before. It was the type of mechanic that, for all intents and purposes, just allowed you to get a slightly different unit. You could trade one unit for another unit, and by the time you got that weapon, there was like no point to this. But what you can do in this particular instance is that you can actually take this weapon and you can use it to combine multiple classes into one. So for example, I have Lament of the Dead from Terenius over on the ninja over here, who is also permanently flying around and also able to walk on lava, who also has effectively, was it double or triple the usual intelligence on this particular one? They basically double up on their mental stats. So like they keep all their mental stats, they can level up an entire second time to get all those growths. So it's like the way that they pace this is like you still keep the weird like D-level cheese of something that you can have in something like FFT, but they changed it to where it is an intentional mechanic that shows up in endgame, and it's just like a post-game thing that you can do to just really bend the game to your will. So like in this particular case, we have a ninja that basically summons like a advanced caster, and also terrifies everything nearby them. It's pretty great. Anyway, we'll just go ahead and let these guys do as they do then. We'll just leave it on automatic, because they don't plan on saving over this anyway. But they change a lot of things to just sort of be part of the system. That they show up when they're meant to show up, and they just do what they're meant to do. So like, let's say over here, when it came to things like meditating, or buffs, or whatever else, like she just went and boosted the crit rate of everybody on the team, and then teleported off to the side. You can automate a lot of things. And so this again had a lot of fun knock-on effects in terms of team building. It meant that when you got to a lot of the more tedious parts of the game there, and you had all of these cheesy builds in mind, you don't have to go get additional JP, you don't have to rebuild your team. You take any random mooks that you don't really care about, you rebuild them into these things, so they essentially can be sacrificed, worst case scenario, and now all of their stuff is just going to work. No additional grind, no additional muss, no fuss, or anything else. Everything just works as it should, and you go on from there. So either way, that's one of the many reasons I love Reborn. It's just, it managed to master the pacing of something like this in a really cozy way. Okay. Your audio is going through a tunnel. What? Anyone can... Is that happening for everybody, or no? If anybody could clarify? Because if so, I think I know what might be causing it, but if not, then we'll deal with it. Okay. So, Coffee, let's unpack this. Rate Evilus Chronicles 1 out of 10. Rate Wordlines 1 out of 10. Let's end this debate. I mean, no, Evilus Chronicles, I feel like it did exactly what it needed to. I just wish it would have tried more, I guess. Like, they... Okay, the reason that I appreciate Tor so dang much and One Vision so dang much is because in both of those cases, they looked at the mechanics, and they didn't want to just play it safe to make people happy. They wanted to take that original vision that these games had, and they wanted to just stretch it open, to just, like, essentially throw open the lid and show, like, just take a big old hand and be like, this is what I was trying to show you guys this whole time. Like, here's all these cool mechanics we had in PSP that we just didn't get a chance to go and do much with. Like, this is the cool stuff. Like, here's these, like, really cool maps. Here's all these really cool locations. Here's the story that does all this cool stuff. Here's these characters capable of being manipulated in these really cool ways that nobody was really doing because they were too busy grinding and just stacking, like, random passives and other such bullshit. So they were so focused on the damage numbers that they essentially missed the forest behind the trees. Like, it's one of these cases where it just... there was all of this cool stuff already in there, and just folks weren't seeing it, you know? And so they essentially threw it all open and said, here's all this cool stuff. And I guess in FFT's case, it was a case where they already had a lot of this more or less handled. It was a case where they already had a system that a lot of folks were obsessively going and just tearing open piece to piece. They just wanted to explain it more. They wanted to give people more stuff to play around with. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't, for example, give it an AI arena. How many decades have we had now where people have been doing AI arenas, and it's been a hell of a lot of fun to watch? I mean, that is just the easiest gimme, and it's right there. And I mean, granted, look, a lot of folks would have liked to see the Ward Lion stuff. I personally don't care that much, but whatever. They would have liked to see that stuff, at least like in terms of the side quests or whatever. Personally, again, I'm in that box that I think it made Delita look like an absolute jerk, so I didn't particularly care about that. Here, let's go ahead and see. Let's see. Audio was a bit choppy. It's better now. Okay. That also might have been because I put a drippy bottle of Gatorade on my dock. So there's that. Alright. Let's see. Evilus Chronicles is really good, but it didn't really do anything bold. Tactician difficulty feels like boring. Deal less damage, take more. That's my only real complaint. We saved this game from itself. I mean, yeah, that's not a wrong assessment. Like, Tactics Ogre PSP, it tried really hard. It's just like... it really was the Socrates of strategy games of, like, it's saying a lot of cool, intelligent stuff, but my man, you are living in a barrel. I don't know what's going on here. So, yeah, there was a lot of strangeness to that one. Again, they tried so dang hard, and that's really why a lot of folks ended up going and migrating over to Tactics Ogre One Vision. Like, Tor. I was having a debate with somebody over if you can call this a debate, over on Reddit just a little bit ago, with somebody saying that they thought the PSP version was better in terms of the Beast Tamer. Now, let me again throw a little bit of context out here in terms of the 3 versions of this Beast Tamer. Actually, 4 versions of this original Beast Tamer. So one version is the sort of classic version. This is the version that Tactics Ogre on the SNES, on the PS1, as well as the Ogre Battle games used, which is basically just the buff guy. They were there to give you a small passive buff to your beast units. You put them in a beast squad of some variety, and they make them slightly better. This was barely noticeable all the way back on the original SNES version. If you found it, good for you. It's also, I just noticed I still have the little warning about making coffee up, and it's gone. Okay. So yeah, so we're talking about a case where it was, functionally speaking, just not there. It was a few points of damage that it changed. It really was not worth the effort. In Ogre Battle, this was slightly more noticeable because stuff was a little bit more fluid, but it wasn't, like, it again was a case that you probably would just end up using somebody that actually did some fighting rather than the buff guy. So they gave the buff dramatically more power in the PSP version, but then they PSP versionified it, namely that you cannot use it at long range at the very start. When you get your Beast Tamer, they have to grind up their skills, guys! We gotta go use this 100 times. So it was a skill that you couldn't use right away. It took a decent bit of time to go and get that skill going, right? It required a TP bar, which was a secondary bar that every class had. Not every class had an MP bar, every class had a TB bar. When Reborn came around, they just smushed it all together. They're like, screw it, we don't need classes just not using certain mechanics for no reason. So, when it came to that Beast Tamer, originally they had no means of boosting this TP bar outside of going and fighting things for the most part. They had some items that were rare and you wouldn't want to use them for that, and then instead you would end up using this bar, hopefully for finishers, rather than going and boosting somebody, because eventually the math was like, you can boost your octopus to go do a poison rain over there, or for almost the same cost, you can do more damage by just using your Beast Tamer to attack somebody. Which is presumably, like, one of the theories that came to mind in terms of why finishers don't show up on sidearms, which is the main weapon that they're associated with. Now, they weren't called sidearms at the time, they were called thrown weapons. They're the only weapon category that doesn't have a finisher. Few more asterisks on this particular thing. Those stirring weapons were taken out in Tactics Ogre Reborn because they essentially were replaced entirely by grenades, because the entire category was basically a nothing burger. It didn't have any finisher moves, it didn't have anything along... Sorry, further explanation. You know how we have Holy Knights and stuff like that in FFT? Yeah, finishing moves are basically that, but on every single unit. There you go. Every single weapon just has that kind of stuff. But not only did the elements on the weapons, just elements, finishers, whatever else, straight up not matter when it came to the Beast Tamer, they had to spend several turns charging up that ability to go and boost their beast unit, and during that time, again, they could be doing 100 other things. They ultimately would not make that choice to go and boost it. Even the AI would rarely actually boost their beast units because they oftentimes would just opt for the finisher instead. And by oft times, I mean you almost never saw the Empower Beast ability ever used. I don't know why it was so expensive. I don't know why it was valued so highly. It's also worth noting that at baseline, you will constantly lag behind the AI because your units have to actually grind the skill up. This was further another point of cruelty in that version because you would have to grind the skill up in order to have its full range, and it only went up by like 1% at a time, right? So it takes all that time to go and grind this thing up. You eventually get to the point so that you maybe have some range on there, but the AI has like 2 or 3 additional range because they always just get their ranks for free. Now, there was a system in that one similar to the FFT crystal mechanic, wherein you would, let's say, kill off a unit, and then their body would show up in your inventory, and then you would be able to transfer those skills to somebody else. But they added, again, that extra cruelty spice on there by saying instead, you know what? When it comes to those particular units, you only get their top 4 skills. Guess what's never going to be in those top 4 skills? That's right, they need 2 opposing weapon skills that they can't use at the same time, and then, of course, they need 2 random passives. Because, you know, they definitely need to be able to dodge better as well as use their arrows better, because they're using a hammer. Okay, now that we've gone on a long rant about that, let's talk about the Tor version. If there's a beast nearby them, they will empower it. and it gets way stronger. Job done. So yes, I do prefer Tor's design and approach and everything else. Now, the One Vision mod, yeah, it definitely does some amazing things as well in terms of giving them unique abilities, having a secondary unique version of the Beast Tamer for like Gamp and his buddies and stuff like that. Everybody that has an epic beard gets access to the Headhunter. You additionally not only had specific units that you could go and put into different teams, you actually just put together entirely different teams. So like this right here, you could just swap out an entirely different party layout. And you got 12 of these rather than 3 per character, which is kind of, honestly, it works just fine in both of these cases. Anyway, okie dokie. Let's see, At Least Reborn fixed several issues and refined mechanics through and through. Yeah, it's crazy the level to which they refine the mechanics in this one. Because it's the kinds of fixes that really take decades of spending way too much with something. And I've kind of heard through the grapevine that there were developers that actually were One Vision fans as well, which is presumably, again, why we saw a few of those little nods to it in Tor. Things like the Dynast King's Mead getting its oddly specific change to be the same color and whatever else. Because, again, it is an important part of that same story. That it's a case that this is essentially a mod that had in many ways saved the game from, again, itself. That it tried to do all sorts of things of realizing that original vision, and then when going and doing like a full redo of this whole thing, there were a lot of cases to redo it in a completely different angle, going back to the game's sort of board game roots, because back in the Ogre Battle days, this game was essentially modeled out as a board game. Like, not only was it inspired by people essentially LARPing chess pieces for whatever reason on some Japanese game show, but additionally, we saw the little wrinkle that back in, let's say, back in March of the Black Queen, you had all of the like inkwells and chessboard and whatever else right there in the UI. When it came to Tor, was it Alistair that ended up going and redoing that did the alphabet thing? I forget who translated it and who did what on that off the top of my head right now, but somebody translated the Valerian alphabet that's used in the UI in this game, and it basically is just like, oh, this whole thing is a metaphor. This is a board game that is to better explain the Valerian conflict from this year. It was just one of those really cool details that they actually directly addressed it, you know? And again, if you have your teams set up well enough, you can just fully leave them on AI, just power grinding through a lot of these areas. Like, imagine if you could go into Midlights Deep and be like, you know what, I really want those drops, but fuck it, I just want a bunch of rando generics to handle this for me while I'm going to make a sandwich. And yeah, obviously we have the comparison to making it a mobile experience at that point, but I do want to point out that these games have a lot of those kinds of situations. There's a lot of cases where there's just sort of like tedious areas being tedious because they want to be tedious, so this really ended up changing quite a lot of things.
The army of the false king approaches.
Also, not to mention, I just really prefer the voice acting.
Then we are not alone in our quest for the great father's miracle.
She's gonna get eaten by a dragon in a few minutes. Anyway, so let's see. Sorry, let's go back to the comments here. Let's see. Alright, so based on what you think, Evil's Chronicles is overall better than Word Line, which I agree with. I mean, in terms of quality of life, yeah. I mean, when it comes to Word Lines, I've said for a long point, one of the sticking points for me on that version was simply the audio. Like, the audio was so bad in the PSP version, and it never got truly fixed through its many, many different weird bastard children over the years. Like, even when we got to the mobile version, it still had the same old scuffed audio as before. When it came to the, like, just the weird menu lag, it irked me. It got under my skin, because it's like, okay, we finally fixed the battle animations, which were so slow back in the PSP version. Somehow modders got this stuff fixed pretty darn quickly, but in the official version, they re-released it like 3 or 4 times, technically. Like, they redid the mobile version multiple different times in multiple different ways, until eventually they got to the point that those animations were finally animating right, but then the audio was still happening at a completely different time. It's like, oh, pachoo, as they're going and shooting the arrow, and like you hear like the little dunk sound, and the thing is still flying through the air 3 seconds later. Like great, the audio at least somewhat happens right, the animation somewhat happens right, but it's still so messed up in a lot of cases that they kind of just band-aided it all together. And that audio, like that audio back in the PS1 version, and to almost the same extent, the Iblis Chronicles, they really did they did an amazing job on this one. Like, to this day, the quality of that audio, it's something that regularly there'll just be random sounds that I'll hear in the background, and I'll just be like, holy crap, that guy named Fencer is getting his ass beat right now from the sound of like a leather leash, because I take my dog out on like a leather leader dog leash, and in that particular case, like that little leather gripping sound, because a lot of their uniforms have leather on the collar, and they're grabbing them by the collar, and they used a proper leather gripping sound for that. And so instead of like a cook that they kind of use for the War of the Lions version, it had a little bit of that little proper oomph back in the PS1 version. Again, came back in Tic Tacs. Solid. It's those little touches, little reverb going on in the soundtrack, being able to, again, just hear all those little extra layers to the stuff that wasn't actually a live orchestra, but damn, it felt like it over all these years, you know? So yeah, we only got live orchestras, funnily enough, for Tactics Ogre Reborn. All the other ones were synthesized for all of these games, so just kind of a neat little thingy there, but yeah, one of those things that I really love about that PS1 version, that you can still go back to it and just enjoy the audio porn. It's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. Okay, let's see here. Eventually need to catch up on these comments here. See, it seems too time-consuming in that version to get a team together. Oh, for PSP, that was the other kind of weird thing. So for Tor, you're emphasized in terms of trying to experiment out with different builds and what have you. So oftentimes you'll end up just going and getting a bunch of random recruits. You'll get, let's say, a user recruit on half a dang team as you're out and about. You'll collect all of their equipment. You'll go and retool them into completely different classes, throw them into one training fight over at a castle, and bam, you have an entire second B team that you can just send out as your disposable expedition party for going and clearing out dungeons or what have you. It feels very cozy. The AI is really good at finding their advantages, so if you diversify their elements, diversify their debuffs, just get good builds together, oftentimes you can just sit back with your coffee and watch them do the tedious crap for you, so that feels really good. Whenever you're going and playing seriously, it feels really good to be able to employ more debuffs, because the AI will refuse to use a lot of these sort of like spell-related debuffs. So, for example, the AI will prefer to use debuffs coming off of dragons and stuff like that. It's one of those things that seems really weird, but again, it's one of these things that that came out of that PSP version, because in that one, yes, the AI technically had the function to go use all of those different debuffs. You know what happened most of the time? Guess what? Paralytic wave, paralytic wave, paralytic wave, paralytic wave, paralytic wave, paralytic wave, and then with eventually that 6 to 7% hit odds doing something, they would eventually paralyze something. But you have just spent 20 minutes watching the same stupid lightning animation going off from every single Terranite in Branson's army. So that was not particularly fun. Now, this way, not only is everything a lot more fun, units tend to use their physical fighting skills a lot more, which is a mountain that they've been climbing since the SNES version, at which point just being a melee class was essentially it was a good way to get yourself a short employment. Okay, let's see. Is there a FFT World mod that adds the mechanics of Tactics Ogre to FFT? No, but there is a overhaul of Tactics Ogre PSP called Tactics Ogre One Vision that adds basically all the mechanics from FFT into Tactics Ogre. So there's that. So it's kind of the better of both worlds in that particular instance. There have been some folks that tried to do Tactics Ogre themed mods for FFT, but it didn't quite work. It's just, you kind of need the bigger scale for a lot of these mechanics to work, you know? Okay. See, grinding skills by PSP version is by far my biggest complaint. Yeah, if you ever see the solo run that I have posted on the channel, it consists of something like a 3-hour-long grind at the very start of the thing, and then 0 challenge for the entire rest of the game, plus post-game. Like, just getting daggers and anatomy and bows and spears up to where not bows, but crossbows. Getting those up alone was enough to create a solo character that could basically just dominate the entire universe. Actually, that was the case in both solo as well. I'm talking about solo, but there's also a level 1 run that largely just consisted of using Death Whale for like 40 straight hours. Okay. Let's see, I believe Tactician adds some different secondary skills to a few boss units, which I agree they were mostly just scaled up. This is problematic for encounters like Solo Weirgraph. I don't know. I heard that they added secondaries. I did not notice a single one, to be completely honest. I wish they would have done more with it. Like, I was genuinely expecting, with the comments they were making, I was expecting some, like, FFT 1.3 level stuff. so that would have been pretty cool to see. Like, I'm hoping if they do add a DLC, there'll be like a remix mode, and part of that is why we're going to be covering Felseal in a minute, because if you want a sort of like FFT mechanical rework or whatever else, again, if you look past the visuals of something like Felseal, they swung for the fences so hard in that game. I mean, genuinely, I was talking earlier in one of the videos about how essentially FFT sort of plateaus out around Chapter 3 or potentially earlier, depending on how much grinding you're doing, because the fun, the meat, and whatever else is seeing this like core team of yours learning and expanding and doing new stuff, and then once you end up going and getting them to their final forms, it's like what now? Like we're here. There's really not much of a reason to evolve anymore. We have a calculator. They just press the death button as soon as we go somewhere. We have a frog, we have our Frogger dancer over there. Like as soon as they and the mime start dancing, everything just sort of starts croaking over there, very literally. It just kind of gets to the point that you get to those advanced classes, and then you're just kind of like, okay, I guess we're done here. There's not really a need to use as many cool options, and that's, again, where I want to throw some praise again for, like, Tor, One Vision, Felseal, because every one of them understood that. Like, in Tor's case, you end up getting to the point where you kind of get a sort of pseudo-tactician mode type of thing, where enemies get a larger and larger and larger level and equipment advantage as you scale up in the endgame.
Divine power enough to defeat you, Butcher of Goliath.
She's, again, going to become Dragon Chow in a minute. But we have a case where, like, a lot of the post-game, I picked one of the exceptions here, but a lot of the post-game you cannot complete in the sort of, like, automatic function that we're doing right here, because it simply will be a case where you will end up getting completely dunked on by every dang random thing that comes across. There's sort of that meme of griffins eat wizards, or birds eat wizards, just due to that particular reason, here, let's go ahead and get some of these dudes off of here. Let's get rid of you, and I guess you. Sure, why not? That you eventually have units running around with like a 20 level advantage, decked out in basic relics and whatever else. And that means that even if you are doing all this like automated type of stuff, there's this feeling of just this gigantic build-up for the post-game. Like, imagine if instead of just Midlight's Deep, where you basically have this extra bonus dungeon, you can honestly beat the game just fine without it. It just sort of feels like it's part of the reason that I don't mention a lot of the stuff out of there in the Know Your Unit guides, because it just sort of feels like an arbitrary extra little hard mode to go through. It was one of those weird pacing things, like, yeah, you can technically get Cloud a little bit earlier, but why can you not go to Midlight's Deep, if you can pull it off in Chapter 3? You see that in TO going back to the SNES version. Palace of the Dead, it's, unique, nice little way to make yourself suffer. It gave you access to that thing at the very beginning of Chapter 4, and for Chapter 4 is like 10 times longer than every other chapter. So getting access to it early on gave you a thing where you are going into there with a disadvantage if you try to take it on early, but it does potentially give you some really good rewards. Those rewards are potentially pretty darn good for improving your way through Palace of the or not Palace of the Dead, but Hanging Gardens. Or it potentially might speed up your progress through unlocking the Apocrypha spells, going through the Elemental Temples or what have you. Like, they had all of these different expansions and side quests and whatever else around Chapter 4 that they were pulling off successfully before FFT even came out, so it's weird to me that we only have the Beowulf side quest and then Midlights and then what? Like sure, we had some stuff added in War of the Lions, but even then it's like, where do we go from there? Why is it so backloaded? Why, like, if they added some of the, like, let's say Beowulf stuff back in Chapter 3, if they added Midlight's Deep as an optional thing earlier on, if you could do some of that, like, Disorder in the Order type stuff, early on in Chapter 4 instead of way at the end of it. Just more stuff, It's like more and more things to do. It really does kind of feel like they sort of gave up around three-fourths of the way through. Even a lot of the abilities, and I'll mention this in a lot of the already recorded Know Your Unit episodes. I'm just like, man, everything in the end is just 100 JP. They just sort of phoned it in at this point. All right, let's see. A lot of the icons used in Tick are from Tor. Are they? Huh. Actually, I'm gonna have to go double look. I assumed that they were different. I didn't, I know the style is very similar, but I thought they were copying, was like FF14 or whatever. All right. Let's see, that leather grip sound is very satisfying. Yeah, I love that sound, dude. Just the sound design in the original FFT, especially the screams. I'm a little bit bummed out that they didn't bring those screams back, at least give the option for it. Yeah, them things were great. Let's see. Don't forget about the AI deciding what to do this round lag. Wait for all Branson's CKs to figure out how they're going to use stun. Oh, God. Don't remind me. Okay. There's going to be very few people that were around like the OGs of the channel. We used to do AI fights for Tactics Ogre. Almost nobody showed up for those, don't worry. But the idea was to test what would have happened if this game had a multiplayer scene, because it had a really cool multiplayer mode in the PSP version. Like, if we're talking about a multiplayer mode that it's a shame they didn't do something more with, it was that one. Because effectively it's the XCOM 2 multiplayer, wherein there's supposedly a ranked pointed system in which you can go and have a somewhat allegedly fair fight. You can create custom dialogue based off custom triggers for every single unit on the field, and then you can go and make multiple teams, and then you send these challenge teams to your friends. It's not a direct like person versus person thing. You make a challenge team, and then you send this this custom made fight to another person. That's so fucking cool. And then, yeah, nobody ever did it at all. Like, I genuinely, the only time I see anyone even remembering the multiplayer was when we were doing those weird tournaments, because people didn't believe me that there was a multiplayer. Even fans that were fans of the thing for over a decade, they're like, wait, hold on, the main menu has other options. Like, it was so weird to see it there. And additionally, they actually lied on the marketing material for it, because they showed two Lancelots fighting. You couldn't do that. As in like tardy Lancelot, not shiny brain dead Lancelot. Anyway, let's see here. Oh, sorry, completely missed the point on that particular rant. Yeah, no, if you didn't remove certain items from the AI, and it's one of the things that they actually fixed in Tor, is that they boiled down the item list to something that wasn't completely asinine, because you obviously need Mendleaf +1, +2, +3, +4. Like, you need 20 different versions of your Mendleaf. How can you possibly not have that level of granularity to your healing items? You need 99 of each of these. But no, what ended up happening was they boiled down the items in this one, because when they came to that one, it would check every single item. And we're talking about, again, 20 different versions of every heal leaf, every MP leaf, every single buff as a debuff item, alternate versions of those. Additionally, the cards that you would pick up would again double up on those same exact abilities, and it would go through and tediously look at the options for every single one of those, every single skill, every single spell on their list. They would get stuck there for like a minute plus, just thinking about how they're going to walk forward and heal 25 health with a basic Mendleaf. It was infuriating. Okay. Let's go down here. Let's see. Gamp is on your team. Spoiler. I know, right? Let's see. Still have Felseal on my playlist. It's probably next after I finish Evilous Chronicles. Yeah, that's probably the best time to experience it. Because that feeling where you've just gotten out of Tic Tacs and it's like, okay, I wish that there was more progression past Chapter 3. I wish there was more to do with these units. Felseal has so many classes that you can basically grow them forever, and additionally, every time you master out a class, you get permanent upgrades to every one of your units, which then transfers over. And basically, if you took the idea behind the Onion Knight back in War of the Lions, and then you just changed it to every single class just works like this. Every time that somebody masters something, they get, let's say, a unique bonus to their crit rate permanently. That is a rare bonus to find, and it is a reason to go and max out a class. It is a nice little way to acknowledge the fact that, hey, they maybe did go train up all the way through a Reaver. Let's say somebody gets a unique dodge bonus, which otherwise might be hard to find, or something like that. A permanent bonus to their ability to use certain elements. Permanent resistances, permanent extra damage, stuff like that. It gave a lot of better, more interesting rewards as you carried on. So, either way. While overall, Felseal is technically shorter in terms of battles, in terms of the amount of time that you can spend customizing and having extra fun with that, the fact that it can potentially be tweaked to give yourself, like, basically infinite upgrades in terms of expanding your team as well as the enemy team, adjusting their AI to be able to do all kinds of different things, being able to customize what they come out with. Like, literally, you can change the loadout difficulty of the enemy squad, the permanent inventory inventory is a stroke of genius in that one, where essentially you don't have to restock on items. Everything is essentially just a stack, like a consumable stack that you use parts of as you go on. It is wonderful. And also, I love that Ethermancer, which I was talking about recently, actually did bring that back for their roguelike, which... God, that system needs to be used for everything. It is the perfect inventory system. How are we still using shops in RPGs going back at this point? Why is that still a thing? Okay, back to comments here. Okay. See, one of my biggest issues with FFT is that it plays more like a JRPG than an SRPG. Exactly, been saying that for a while. Once you get all the skills you need, which happens somewhat early, any further growth is just purely stats, and that's kind of the bummer. It's like... Sure, you can do all of those kinds of tricks of, like, you go and de-level somebody with traps, and that's cool. Give me a reason to care. Like, you hit 999 now, great. You had stopped needing that 40 hours ago, but, like, good for you, I guess. I mean, again, that's one of those things where I get it when people say that they liked the multiplayer maps in War of the Lions. I just wish that they weren't so unbelievably awkward to get a hold of. Like, seeing mods go and introduce them as just basically the bar fights from Triangle Strategy, yeah, that would have been the way to do it. I don't know why they didn't do that originally. It was really tacked on, forcing people to use 2 units at a time and whatever else. But even then, it was just, like, rewarding only grind, and anyway, whatever. Let's move on. Let's see, Felseal also had a ton of classes with interesting abilities to play with, like the more streamlined skill trees. Yeah, and that was the thing. You basically got told these are the skills you're going to want to pick up early on. They're going to be fairly cheap, but it essentially kind of colors your experience with that class. Just like they sort of did for Tic Tacs, it gave you more skills to use early on, so you aren't running around with a dead content class at the very start. And additionally, the way that they expanded out the passives meant that running around with 4 different passives gives you a lot of extra flexibility, which, by the way, I do have Felseal up as sort of the next thing to go and talk about here, so whenever we're feeling like moving on to that one, you know, feel free to go ahead and let me know so we can start chatting about that. Let's see. Getting filtered right now in Chapter 3 of One Vision. That's probably around the time that you probably want to at least have a couple of rune fencers going and attempting to use the grenade items. So if you use their throw item command, you get some mustard bombs and stuff like that out of the store. That really tends to even things out a decent bit. That is when a lot of classes start expanding their options. That may help to kind of push you through there a bit. Let's see. Let's see. Replaying it has definitely made me appreciate TO much more, and FFT a lot more after playing Tour, honestly. Yeah, I've been getting that a lot lately. There have been a lot of people that are like, yeah, I experienced FFT for the first time without the nostalgia goggles in like 20 years. Maybe there was a point about Tactics Ogre, maybe there was a point about Felseal. Like, yep, there totally was. There totally was. Like, listen to the obsessivists. There's been a point here. Let's see, whoa, that's cool for which thing? There's a lot of things that are cool. See, speaking of AI using items that feel when you accidentally leave a unit with Field Alchemy 4 on AI, excuse me while I go use up all your orbs. Hope you didn't craft those. Let's see, did you know this? The Cloud only gets a scene with Heshmil if he was put on in the church fight of Thorma. That's how it triggers. Very Tactics Ogre. Yeah, they did add a lot of cool little things like that. So, yeah, for those that missed it, Cloud had a bunch of new sort of lore added to him, where he's basically kind of a multi-dimensional copy of the original Cloud, not the actual Cloud. I don't know how I feel about that, personally. Like, look, personally, I was more of an FF8 than an FF7 guy, okay? Yeah, I know, it burned me at the stake, but as far as the general vibes of both of those games, it always felt like, to me personally, it felt like in FF7, it was the usual joke of like, man, these guys are not on the level. I don't know. These guys seem like they're doing some pretty unnecessary stuff for what they're trying to achieve here. Like, yeah, eventually they are justified in what they do, but, like, I don't know. It seems a bit sketchy in terms of what they're trying to achieve. And then you get to 8, and they're like, okay, these guys are just, like, coming out of college, and basically you can hear You're in the Army Now playing in the background. So, you know, you got that going for you. Anyway, so either way, though, as far as Cloud is concerned, the way that they sort of tied the two together that was kind of cool back in the day is that they said, okay, when he fell into the hole towards the tail end of the game there, he basically got sucked into FFT to go do some adventures over here real quick, and that was part of his recovery, more or less. That he ended up going and recovering and getting out of his whole amnesia situation, and then he ended up going and doing all his FF7 ending kind of shenanigans. Now, I mean, that's pretty cool. I think that was the cooler way to do it. The way that they did it now was to avoid any kind of conflicts in terms of like, well, you created a time paradox and doomed 2 games potentially if Cloud dies in FFT. So they decided to change it to where, oh no, he's actually just some random dude that got, like, I guess, warped into Cloud now. I forget the exact dialogue, but it was something like he wasn't exactly a copy, he was basically just pasted onto somebody else, and now he's just that dude now. Which is weird, because then it's like, he brought his weapon over, he also has another one hanging out in a volcano for some reason? Like, he couldn't be a complete just copy, because his stuff came over, you know? Like, there's physically a transfer over there. I don't know why we needed to create that sort of like equivalent exchange kind of thing. Did that original peasant farmer go into FF7? Like, is he the one going and, you know, staring at someone's chest right now? Like, what? What's going on with that? What's the deal there? Okay. Let's see, do you notice? Yeah, we already noticed that. Someone, sounds like someone refined Kiraga from a trading card and junctioned it to Squall so you can spend so every turn. No, dude, I was one of those morons that couldn't figure out the junction system as a kid. I kid you not. I sat there watching summon animations for a mind-numbing amount of time. Honestly, the whole lore thing of they get amnesia because their brains got melted from watching summon animations hits surprisingly different when your dumb kid brain never actually figured out 90% of the mechanics of that game. Because I genuinely thought it was just like exploring around and then you hit the summon button to win, and then you basically just get your ass kicked if you try to fight normally. I did not use junctions at all on my first playthrough, and it was not meant to be a challenge run. I was just a dumbass. So, I just really liked the setting, okay? I just thought it was a really cool setting. You have to realize at the time I was basically living on a moving truck. Like, just seeing a somewhat functional situation going on there felt weirdly immersive to me. So, yeah, there was that. What the fuck is a boost? Exactly. See, that's why he's so lame in Advent Children? That's, I mean, supposedly, I guess. He's the peasant farmer. He traded in his pitchfork for a giant slab of metal. Except, I guess he got a trench coat and a really sappy attitude. Honestly, that's kind of one of those other things as far as, like, main characters go. It always surprised me a little bit that Cloud got as popular as he did. Like, I know marketing at the time was pretty wild. Like, I remember people getting absolutely obsessive about that game, and my brother and I sat down to play FF7 when it came out, and, like, people are talking about this thing like the second coming, and then it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess it's alright, we just finished Legend of Dragoon, that seemed way more badass, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that dude's going and, like, decapitating giant frickin' worms, they're flying through the sky, like, shooting volcanoes at people. Like, this dude is just, he's being mopey, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't get that. They're doing sword combos over there. That one guy is just turning his spear into a tornado. Like, I want that. I want more of that, please. Like, genuinely, when there was that argument of, like, FF7 versus something like Legend of Dragoon, like, yeah, mechanically speaking, FF7 had way more stuff going on, but the sheer cool factor of Legend of Dragoon always did it for my brother and I don't know. Like, to this day, I still prefer it. If I had a choice between the two, it'd be Legend of Dragoon every time. Let's see, had some new comments here. Let's see, the plot point of we lost all our memories of childhood was so stupid. See, originally I thought the same thing, but in retrospect, that's kind of an interesting way to frame in PTSD, because they're taking these kids, putting them through all this training, and they're like, you're basically going to get long-term brain damage from doing this, we're just not going to tell you. That's kind of an interesting fucked up point. So, in retrospect, I kind of appreciate that one more nowadays. Because it just shows that, yeah, all of the whole, like, garden and seed and whatever else, they are just absolutely churning out and just, like, throwing these kids in the trash, which is weirdly realistic. Anyway, can you believe that TIC already has more mods than Tor on Nexus? FFT's really getting to work? Oh yeah, I couldn't believe it. Like, FFT's been mod central for the SRPG genre for a long time. Let's see, Sane Barrage is coming back in Mustadio, Blue Mage Velmafra, crazy. That's awesome. Great. Fantastic. Like, that's exactly what we were waiting for. Realistically, I think a lot of us just wanted to see, like, 1.3 come back in stunning high definition. They wanted to go ahead and see somebody finally finish Journey of the Five, or, man, I still gotta finish Back to the Future, or not to the Back. What the hell was it called? Not Back to the Future, the one with the hand thing for the icon that I was covering this last year, and then I kept meaning to get to it. Man, I'm gonna get yelled at by one of my folks in the messages later. Like, how dare you forget the not Back to the Future mod? Let's see. Kids love rewatching movies. I wonder how many times I watch those summon animations. I have no idea, but I still remember that Biggs and Wedge fight on the radio tower to this day, just watching that same thing happening over and over and over, wondering if this really is the entire game. Surely there must be more. They really needed to explain that whole system a bit better, because it's so cool. Like, going back and actually playing with junctions and whatever else, it's such a cool idea. I love it. But, you know, thinking back on it, yeah, it's kind of a really goofy system. Let's see. FFT got a lot more traction back in the day than Tactics Ogre. When it came to Steam, people probably just kind of raced to create the old FFT mods. I mean, yeah, probably. That's the thing. And again, I said this in the last video there. When it comes to Tactics Ogre, it's always kind of had the interesting both downside and unique advantage of sitting in Final Fantasy Tactics' shadow, because sure, it doesn't get as much attention, it doesn't get as much love, but the awesome flip side to all this is that every time that they wanted to do a remake or whatever else, they just got a blank check. Like again, when they had the SNES version and they went to PSP, allegedly that budget was something to like, it was like I think it was like 13 million, something like that. Like, for a PSP game, that's kind of wild. And they just let them do whatever the hell they wanted, and they got so crazy with it that they forgot their own mechanics half the time. So it's crazy how that's a thing. I mean, when Tor got announced, it basically was there to set up, you know, FF Tactics and what have you. Sure, that's great, but also, look, we ended up getting a complete and total ground-up remake of everything from that PSP version. Like, how many times do remakes bother to go through and redo hundreds of battles, to redo all of the maps and formations, and change one Cyclops over here from the Farumpa Wildwood over to the end of Hanging Gardens, so that you're more incentivized, rather than going for the zombie versions of those creatures, to, let's say, go kidnap the Cyclops from Vice on a repeat playthrough, or potentially go out of your way to maybe go get some of those golems right in Chapter 3 as you get those warlocks. You know, a lot of the little pacing changes that they changed were just the kinds of stuff that, like, is just ridiculously oddly specific that nobody would think of unless they were not only a fan but just deeply in love with this game, you know? Alright, let's see what else we missed here. See, you were close. Reach the Future. There we go. That's the one. I still have it on my Steam Deck. I still have it on my list of stuff to go cover, and it's just... It takes so long to redo a fight when something goes wrong, and it's kind of the classic FFT problem. It's part of the reason that the Tor has a tendency to be a lot more cozy in this particular regard, because, yeah, okay, you lose a unit, but then they added a mechanic where, okay, you lose a unit, but use a Blessing Stone, sure, you're permanently giving up on your inventory slots, but now that unit instantly gets another turn. Yes, thank you, parental controls, I still haven't turned off. They instantly get another turn. They automatically end up potentially activating several of their skills at once. Essentially, it's taking everything and just making it more smooth, more flowy. Like, if you didn't have the pieces to support that system in the first place, if you didn't know what you were doing, it doesn't do very much to you. You just get slapped right back down again. But if you thought this through, if you had a backup plan and you simply got a bad roll, doesn't matter. You're right back up on your feet. You're ready to go kick ass right away. It's awesome, you know? I love it. I love Tor for that. So many of its changes are just so very specific. So I love that. And again, like you saw right there, how many times did you ever see the AI making any use of their weapon skill slots, their weapon spell slots rather? You didn't. That was just not a thing that they did to any reasonable degree. You know what they would do? They would go and, let's say, oh, I can't reach something. I have a Brynhilder, though. I'm gonna just wave that thing in the air. Judgment shot out. Holy crap, it did a whopping 1 damage to that group over there. Can you believe it? It's amazing. Who would have thought this knight without spellcraft, or, you know, enough divine light augment to really make much use of anything without building for this one specific tool, was basically worthless in that particular context. This time around, even a Buccaneer, again, can go, like, pick up a match-up card, pick up a crit card. They whip out the summon effect on their claws and just instantly magic machine gun an entire crowd. They basically just have a pocket Uzi out of their claws, and that is just awesome! Like, that's so cool from an adaptability standpoint. For anyone that loves to dig into their pockets and find new stuff to do, it's just there. It's great! I love it for that. Okay. Now, I know we're basically endlessly glazing Tor over here, which it's weird to say glazing now. Apparently that's just a term for everything. Recently I've been hearing more people using it, and I guess it's just sort of working its way into my brain now like a dang worm, but eh. Alright. Let's see, I've been playing Tic Tacs, fun, but makes me homesick for Tactics over here. Yeah, same here. Like, I've seen people, again, lamenting how they missed so many of the interesting UI changes that we saw in Fellseal, so many of the pacing changes that we saw in Tactics Ogre, just so many things that these games ended up getting right, and it's just a little weird that they didn't swing harder for the fences for Tic Tacs. And don't get me wrong, again, I love it to pieces. I'm sure the modding scene will make all of this stuff happen. It's just kind of weird that they play it so safe. I know they kind of have to. It's Final Fantasy. Like, they're basically the Giga Corporation of RPGs at this point. But, like, it would have been cool to see more happen there. Like, the voice acting changes were incredible. That was awesome. Why couldn't you do more with the skill stuff? Like, surely somebody could have taken a look at the White Mage and been like, huh, maybe their debuffs, or maybe their buffs should hit maybe. I don't know. That could be a thing that we should consider. Like, nah, you know, actually upgrading their buffs, it makes them really inaccurate, actually. Like, somebody did point out to me that, okay, technically they get past reflection, which you see so often. Like, maybe they're taking the extra effort to go push it through barriers or what have you, but, like, I don't know. Like, that just sort of, that doesn't really, it does seem like the kind of design element that a Matsuno game would do, but also, I don't know, you know? Okay. Let's see, when FFT was announced, I started another 100% Warner Report events run because I'm a masochist, almost done with that, and I'm going to start an FFT. Alright, well, I mean, if you're almost done, we're assuming 80%, so you're probably going to start sometime around March, or what there. Let's see, it always seems like Tactics Ogre and FFT remasters and remakes are always releasing close to each other. They both make money every time with their new entry, which is a cool twin thingy. Yeah, I love that happens. And yeah, I wonder how long that's going to continue. Like, a decade from now, will we potentially be seeing, like, Tactics Ogre Reborn Rebirthing Edition? And they just end up adding the rogue. Like, they end up deciding to go super easy on that one that time. And then the FFT remaster comes out, and it's just, like, fully in VR, and you have to do the right weapon combos to go unleash your tailwind. Like, you have to do a burrito eating animation to make your tailwind happen. Oh, man, that'd be great. Like, I want to see... I don't know how many folks here have seen the RE4 VR type situation, but seeing something like that would be incredible. And I feel like somebody almost had the same idea when they turned Triangle Strategy into a VR game. That one still baffles me. And yeah, they did actually reach out with a code for that one. I just don't have a VR headset to do it, so it didn't happen. They would not comp me a free copy of Triangle for PC, which, I mean, I would have probably at least been slightly nicer to it. Yeah, I wish Triangle Strategy 2 had been kept around as an idea, because apparently that's firmly canceled at this point. Though, to my mind, I still kind of like the conspiracy theory that Sword of Convalaria was secretly the Triangle Strategy 2 that they meant to make the whole time. Because seriously, all of the pieces are right there. It's literally just Triangle Strategy, but better. I have no idea what happened with that. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue on a little bit here. They will forever both get traction and bounce off each other. Love that for them. That sounds disgusting and I hate it. What are you talking about? It sounds like... Well, I'm not even going to say. See, 90% should probably finish it in another week or so. Oh, well, there you go. Let's see. Also, missing 12-unit parties. 5. I've used 3 ninjas since Mandalian. Have no reason to change that. They're nuts. I mean, yeah. I personally really love the Bard Dancer Mime combo, just because you just have this little performing troupe that just suddenly shows up, they throw their little sign up there letting them know the circus is in town, and then just everything is a frog, and also they're immortal now, and just, this is just a thing that happens, you know, as you do. And or you get the calculator walking out, just like, suddenly puts her finger to her head, and everything just has their soul depart their body for no apparent reason. Okay. See, all I've got left is 2 runs of the Chaos route, and then the Coda chapters, also AFKing my way through POTD, because I'm super masochistic and going for 100% battles and items. Yeah, I mean, if you have a good auto team, like, if you really want to really just kind of dead brain that mess, just going and getting the right items on certain characters, certain like disposable units can really make that super easy. Like I personally found it really easy to go get a couple of like cockatrices and stuff like that, give them a crapload of mind charms. Genuinely, cockatrices are pretty freaking underrated if you feed them enough mind charms. Like it, granted, you can give them other stuff as well, but oftentimes folks will like focus on making the regular characters stronger, and they're already strong. But those monster units that scale really well with those particular stats, like just guaranteed AoE petrification en masse whenever you want it, which is all the time, and they're able to act about twice as fast as everybody else. That's incredible. That's fantastic. You should like it. Okay, great rendition of Viking Spirits. Yeah, it's also worth noting that Tic Tacs also just kind of remastered the original PS1 music, give or take. In this particular case, they just took a live orchestra and redid every single one of the themes, which, yes, it might have potentially hit different if they did it otherwise, but I'm still a little bit surprised that they didn't do that. It sort of feels like something that they do. Let's see, horror games and VR, probably a recipe for a heart attack for me. Happy it exists for others, though. Oh man, RE4 as a VR experience, that's not a horror game, that's a dark comedy. Like, you have people going and, like, whipping out a shotgun with one hand, a pistol in the other hand, they're, like, throwing reloads in the air, catching them midair with the bottom of the gun, like, going and just, like, repeatedly knifing with one hand, using an Uzi in the other. It's just great. I know it's the TMP and not an Uzi, the Uzi just sounds funnier, though. I think probably one of the funniest moments I saw was just somebody, like, whips out a rocket launcher, they're, like, stabbing one guy, pointing at the rocket launcher off screen. Oh man, it was some just like Archer level shit. It's great. Just look, at the very least, look up some videos of people speedrunning with RE4 VR. I believe the remake also got a VR version at some point too. But like specifically that original one with a lot of its very kung fu-y mechanics, it translated so well to that format. You have no idea. Okay. Let's see, Sword of Convalaria is amazing. Yes, very underrated. I wish people would stop leaving angry comments every time I mention it, because they're like, oh no, it's gotcha garbage. No! Press the button that says I don't want that, and then you just play the single-player mode, and it is fucking amazing. It's genuinely a Tactics Ogre-esque experience at that point, but we've got a lot of the sort of smoothness of something like a triangle strategy, but we see more gameplay mechanics than we've seen in any SRPG in decades. Like, we've got cases where you aren't even using your own team. You are just the commander on the wall giving advice to somebody that may not listen to you over there, trying to beat a completely different scenario. Sometimes you're just helping other people train their soldiers like it's FFT 2 or something. You've got cases where you're specifically looking to quell crowds, and the plot will change depending on how you handle those crowds, because your orders officially are to go and silence everybody there, but on the opposite side, you see in some of the dialogue that a lot of the people are hesitant. So if you decide to defy orders explicitly given by the game there, the story will change accordingly. People will start changing some of their opinions of you. You'll maybe hear some rumblings of some issues coming up, and then let's say you run out of money because you're trying to deal with some other issue over here, or trying to buy some new fancy equipment for this one over here. Now all of a sudden your town has had a famine, and a lot of your units are basically starving going forward. Its ability to go and commit to new events is genuinely extremely underrated. So yeah, if you're one of those that ever took a look at Sword of Convalaria and thought it was just some gotcha thing, it is not. It has a mode there called Spirals of Destiny. Everything associated with that one, if you only play that one, it does not even interact with the other modes. It doesn't even give you the option to pull your characters in from the other modes. It's not even there at all. I know because I kind of got annoyed because I did finally try some of the multiplayer stuff when somebody encouraged me to. Yeah, then it gave the option to pull in one of the immediately broken characters out of that one, and it was just dumb. But yeah, no, we're talking about a case where the balance is impeccable. Like, your team, you're constantly rotating your units because they constantly have to take rests, they constantly have to sit aside. You send them out on errands, you send them out on kind of like day labor jobs. You have some people out in training, some people out sick, some people out dealing with various things around the town. You're expanding your roster. They have a very sideways expansion that's very Tactics Ogre-esque, which is one of the reasons I really appreciate about it, but it's got a lot of goofy mechanical stuff that you typically see out of something like Tactics A2, or like a Fell Seal or something like that. Like, again, it's one of these ones that tried really hard with a bunch of weird mechanics, and that's what made it cool. It tried a lot of really neat things, and so anyways, we got that over there. Here, let's go ahead and throw some randos into this team and let them go nuts. There we go. Also, I love how GAMP was the metric for spoilers on this game. We're just gonna ignore that Lancelot's over here. Like, wait a minute, I thought this guy had some unfortunate outcomes. What's he doing over there? Stuff. That's what he's doing over there. Don't question it. Okay. Where were we on these comments? Would love if you ever would cover more SOC, but you covered a lot. I would love to cover it more. Again, it's just people always get pissed when I do, because they're like, oh no, it's some gotcha thing. Dude, no, it isn't! Not to mention we kept having all these cool back-to-back releases, and then I got obsessed with doing all of the Rad Codex games. Like, we are eating good in this genre, dude. Like, I hope Sword of Candelaria, they might as well release that mess for like $60 as a full-price game for just the Spirals mode, and it would genuinely be a great deal. It's that good. I mean, again, games pulling off subtlety is rare. And even with weird translation out of Chinese or whatever it was originally, it does manage to pull off subtlety. Like, again, one of my favorite moments in the story there was one where you have this sort of like branching event. So depending on where you are in the story and what you're doing, the story is 100% different on the routes. Like, we're not talking slightly different. We are talking about completely different enemies, completely different allies, completely different stuff, and these things can mix and match in all kinds of interesting ways. Because the idea is that you are basically... It's Chinese Redwall, is what it is. It's Chinese Redwall with people. I think that's possibly why I like it so much. Because it's just this little town where refugees go, you know, to go be badasses in peace. And so, depending on your relationships with different factions, you'll potentially get different people showing up in town, and maybe they'll have little requirements for you to go and hire them, and then you custom build every one of these units. Your upgrades are permanent, so you don't have to swap stuff around, but the ways that you train them cause them to play out very differently. Like, let's say you have a priest, and you train that priest to go hire a secondary bodyguard, and now you basically have a permanent addition to your team because they are managing this separate unit of their own. You train this archer to go work on his architecture or whatever else. He builds boxes to give himself a ranged advantage at all times. You get units that are spear units that train in just jousting their way through groups of units, or other ones that specialize in spear overwatches, like spear overwatch traps plus throwing out fire bombs was one of my favorite tricks in that one, because you can use all kinds of environmental effects to go and like DOT stuff before it ever reaches you to give yourself a bunch of different advantages. Again, just like a line of archers going and ready to overwatch trap people. Same thing with spears, same thing with all kinds of different types of weapons. A lot of these mechanics then got further expanded with the little free updates that they gave in now and then. Like, if you've ever played XCOM Chimera Squad, you might as well have gotten a free version of that through that like kind of cop mode DLC that they added. Just a background on a couple of the characters. And basically you're doing like breach mechanics and stuff. It's awesome. It's genuinely awesome. It's so underrated. Anyways, let's keep talking here. So let's see what else. Let's see, VR game ports must get pitched like. Think how dumb Rick would look when he climbs the ladder. I guess, but seriously, for that, for like classic Resident Evil 4 in VR, it's beauty. It's just pure beauty, man. You have to see it for yourself. Words cannot give it justice. Like the fact that the slash. It's just like you wiggle the knife around a little bit. So somebody's like going and just peeling somebody like a potato while using a gun in the other hand. They need to go reload their gun, so they literally just take it, they throw it off screen, pull a different gun out, that one's out of ammo, they throw it off screen, they throw a magazine up in the air, they go and catch it with their gun to reload it while they're knifing another guy. It's so good, man. It's so good. It's just the pure John Wick experience. Anyway, let's see. I use 3 cockatrices set to AI. Well, there you go. You have the full chicken experience for you. Let's see. To me, SOC is better than Triangle Strategy. I would have preferred if Triangle was the mobile game and SOC was the one released to Switch. Same, dude. Absolutely same. I genuinely think it did everything Triangle did, but better. Instead of like, oh man, I don't know if we can make these choices, guys. I don't know if we can hurt that guy over there that just committed a genocide that might make us the bad guy. Instead, they're like, no. We're doing this. Order said to go kill that guy, we're killing that guy. He pretends to escape in a cutscene. Your leader comes in, because your leader's not usually in fights. That's another one of those things that I appreciate. The commander is not always on the front lines. They're there for ambushes because somebody's trying to assassinate them, and they are there for other situations like other situations where they kind of need to be, but they come in from off screen, they boot the guy in the face because they're not going to just plot escape on you, and they blow his freaking head off with a fireball. Like, yes, thank you. We said we were going to do that. We took the actions to indicate that we were going to do that. Thank you for not deciding that the plot said no. That pissed me off so much in Triangle. They're like, oh, we're going to save these people, and then you didn't. We're going to not save these people, and then you didn't. And it's just like, dude, just do what you said you were going to do. Like, why is it that every outcome is the same in Triangle? It's just so frustrating. Anyway, sorry, going off on another rant on a game that's generally pretty good aside from a few things. Anyway, let's see, the fact that SOC or units need to rest before you can use them, that they gain new skills and have to train, and the branching story makes the game feel a lot more alive and aggressive. Exactly! And you get to see your people training, you get to see your people going and doing PR work for you. When you have characters showing up that are going to be in plot events later, you see what they're up to in town. Your town builds and expands and it adapts to its situations. When, for example, you have a fight coming up, and like they're like, okay, we have this plague that's in this town. If you go and check out the church, like there's people going and dying in the church because they're just praying because they don't know what the hell else to do. And like it's funny because there's only three small things that piss me off about that game, and they're three of the main characters that they just insist on having them there. Your edgy archer guy is just such a freaking walking trope, it's not even funny. Way too happy sword lady, honestly, whatever, it's fine. She's basically a golden retriever with a sword and shield, like, what the hell? And as far as the weird witch lady, like, yeah, they're the Dr. Valen of your team, but why do they gotta be, like, a little girl? Why do we gotta do that? Like, it's just weird. Why does that trope have to be there? It bugs me so much when it shows up. I know it gets used for a lot of things, it's just never not weird every time I see it, you know? It's part of the reason that I basically didn't interact with that science mechanic on I don't even know how many playthroughs of that game, and it genuinely just didn't even matter. She shows up for plot events every now and then, and it doesn't matter that her research projects weren't done. I love that it doesn't force you to interact with everything. Okay. Here, let me see. And summing bodyguards to the field. Come on, a lot of mechanics that other games aren't doing. They're just throwing stuff at the wall and it's sticking. Yeah, it does so many cool things. Again, Overwatch with weapons. The only other time I've seen that done with like melee weapons and stuff like that outside of XCOM was in the Rad Codex games. Like, how are there so few examples of a mechanic that works so well? How is, like, historically, what was Pike and Shot all about? You point the spear out so that you stab the guy that gets close. It's in the name. You point the spear and everyone shoots, and if they get close, you poke with the spear. It's like classically one of the things that kept humanity killing each other for God knows how long. And you're gonna tell me that mechanic just doesn't show up for so many games. Like, why? Why is that not a thing? So again, seeing that represented so well in something like SOC, seeing that showing up in something like XCOM, it's weird that those are the bars there, you know? Alright, let's see what else we got here. Ooh, suddenly a bunch of comments. Let's see... Was using 2 Griffins and 2 Cockatrices along with 4 Winged Tamers and 2 Winged Clerics. Once I got enough relics to start outright blasting things, I started incorporating more humanoids. Fair. Especially if you happen to have somebody running something like the Brimstone, that thing absolutely clears things. Okay. Having things like Gorgon Key and Dragon's Wound has been nice. Yeah, it's great to finally see them having some love. Actually, one of those things I do want to point out in terms of One Vision, since we're probably mostly going to be talking about Tor and Veltseal here today. Like, we'll get to OV if we're able to, just because I have to set it up separately. I have to go get the cord from another room. But one of the things that it did so freaking well was finally realize the potential of the Golem. Like, this is an archetype that has been around since forever, like the ultra-tanky, big, bricky guy, right? And they had the idea for something like Gorgon Lock. It mostly works in Tor. It was technically there in PSP or whatever else, but it's only once they end up having low enough evasion, like low enough of a difference, when it comes to a very specific type of stats, that they finally end up finding their heyday in One Vision. It's the fact that they balanced out so many stats across the board in such a way that certain things are emphasized, like certain weaknesses are emphasized and whatever else. seeing a golem march forward, like throw a rock in somebody's face, they absolutely dunk on them because you went and programmed them for accuracy. They go and they do that, and then from there we see that they now have enough points off of just absolutely annihilating some wizard's face with a boulder, that now suddenly they're able to almost immediately activate their Gorge and Lock, but due to how slow they are, they sit there near invulnerable to everything, and they just attract every debuff on the field like a dang, like friggin' bug light. Everything just flies their way. Debuffs going and counteracting each other because there's just opposite versions of the same debuff going off all the time. They give this incredible value, just like... I think the metaphor that I used at the time was if you ever happen to have seen the intro to Armored Core Last Raven, of just like seeing this like mechanical machine just sitting there, a million different shots flying at it and plinking off. Like, it's that same basic idea there, and that feels awesome. You know, it just gives them this really incredible feeling of this immortal just god beast over there. Okay, let's see. See the slash animation IRL? Yeah, dude, it's awesome. It's awesome. They just peel them like a potato. It's great. Let's see. The most annoying part of the game is the Valkyrie Plume of the Covenant, where the mission is to save someone and they die in the next cutscene. I mean, that kind of stuff can get annoying, but oftentimes there are alternate variations. So again, I don't know that particular one. But I know, for example, like I was talking to a couple of other folks that had gone down the church route for a first playthrough, and they're like, oh man, this character died, this character died, this character died. And I had gone out of my way to make sure that they ended up seeing... Ow! Crap. Sorry, I just like randomly elbowed freaking door hinge. God, that hurts. Anyway, so, severe pain aside, freaking funny bone ain't funny. Right, we were talking about holy people not dying. So, I had seen complaints like, oh, you know, this character ended up getting killed off. I was hoping they would do more. They would do, you know, something else over here. I thought they would have a change of heart in what they were doing. And in every one of those cases, I had, again, gone out of my way to make sure that this character was barely getting injured, that they were constantly disobeying orders, like disobeying orders for them, more or less. And the result was a very satisfying, just like heel turn at the last minute, where they end up mostly turning on a lot of people, but at the same time, going out of my way to also try to save the folks on the opposite side, only getting rid of a few crazy folks that were just sort of clearly out of their mind, like friggin' Ligarius's wheel lady and what have you. And in that particular instance, the end result again seemed to reflect the choices made, that they ended up essentially still staying as their own breakaway faction of the church. They still ended up under the thumb of the larger end of the church, but they still were kind of in this interesting middle ground where it was sort of like 80% of the way there towards a bunch of different factions and what have you. Like, they were no longer at war with another one because I'd done a bunch of extra reputation stuff for them. They worked out a peace deal over there. These other guys were no longer a threat because they were completely obliterated. I think that was all the Knight guys. And yeah, she ended up switching sides, but ended up fully supporting the town there. They ended up not going that whole route of genociding a bunch of different people to try and keep their secrets safe and what have you. And again, the result was an interesting middle ground. The fact that it was willing to stay in a gray area instead of saying, like, these guys clearly won and everybody else was decimated. Like, no, they still have this structure everywhere. It takes a lot to see a group like that actually fully gone, so it's gonna wind up in this weird, like, middle truce ground where nobody's quite comfortable, but they're good enough, you know? And that nuance was awesome. I really loved that. So I didn't get a chance to fully explore all the different routes of that one. That game is ginormous. And additionally, I just hate playing on a phone. I wish that it got translated over to a PS Vita or something. I know that won't happen, but I wish it would. Okay. Let's see. It makes you want to see someone do a Dead Space or Silent Hill coup de grace curb stomp. Be like where you think there's one more step on the stairs and you step down double art. I don't know, but I did see somebody actually, I think, I forget if they actually did complete the entire playthrough of doing Stomp only. I forget who was doing that one, though. Let's see. It's like we locked the good and cool mechanic behind the self-destruct, using it locks you out of the good ending. Again, I don't know. I can't say for sure on that particular one. Let's see, I mean, a lot of games do like to do that, though, which is kind of annoying. I mean, hell, to some degree, you could argue that Tor does that, though I will say you pretty much immediately have the option to go back in time and get that mechanic, and additionally, lore-wise, it makes a lot of sense here, considering the only reason that he becomes the Lord is because he suddenly has to go full try-hard mode because all other relevant leaders are dead. So, at that moment, he's just like, well, it's either me or no one, and, I'm here, so I guess I'm gonna have to try real hard time to break out the books and learn everything. Alright, let's see. They put a lot of good work, and I started getting annoyed with the enemy just being statues. Again, don't know specifically what we're talking about, but I do know Triangle definitely has that issue in a lot of cases. So you'd be like, hey, here's a knight with phalanx, petrify. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, I thought we were talking about SOC there. My bad. Let's see. Randomly elbowed the only phrase that rhymes with orange. God, that's so oddly specific. I love it. Oh, that's a good one. Coffee for survival. Let's move on here. Yeah, by the way, this whole stream is basically brought to you by the fact that apparently the third shift has gotten to the point that days off are completely pointless because I can't sleep at this time anyway, so what the hell. Okay. All I know is Vice gets executed in the Chaos round. I actually hate that guy as much as Olagus. Yep, and it's so satisfying that even in the DLC, like, you can clearly tell that in the DLC it was the same people that made it, because even when he does everything right, he still gets friend-zoned so hard that time and space cannot save him. He doesn't even, like, I was saying this earlier, but, like, he doesn't even get his foot in the door, right? He isn't even trusted to watch the damn door. Like, he offers to be a bodyguard. She's like, no, I don't think so. Like, I just had my redemption arc. I went to the past. I just undid everything I ever did, and then, you know, came back in time to resolve your own traumas and what have you. Nah, I think we just won't go down that route. Brutal, man, brutal. Okay. See, Vice is such a lame character. He's supposed to be Denim's foil, kind of. He's a massive personality shift regardless of his route. So, he is his foil, but he's an unusual kind of foil in that he's trying to get in Kashua's pants. That's his real character arc. He is trying to do it with Kashua. Look at it from that lens, and his character makes so much more sense. Because everything he does is in respect to that particular goal, and he deserves everything that comes to him. You know? Like, he's effectively trying to woo one of the most toxic people in anything. And yeah, the result is exactly what he deserved. Okay. So he isn't sort of fun player on Steam. I think I played on the PC release. Yes, it did have a demo for the longest time, and it does have a full release on Steam, and you can play it perfectly fine on Steam. It has a weird thing on Steam Deck where if you bump the wrong buttons or what have you, it constantly switches between button and mouse control, but that's mostly just like a little UI flicker more than anything else. But yeah, no, it's fully on Steam, so if you're on deck, it works just fine. If you're on phone, it works just fine. Like, I preferred playing it on deck, but that's the thing. Just like with Tor, I absolutely adore playing Tor, but I will end up playing One Vision most of the time because I can put the Vita in my pocket. I'm not really going to be able to just sort of sit here, you know, doing this whole thing most of the time. Even today, the automated team going off in the background right now is courtesy of using the Switch that my daughter is currently grounded from in order to do this whole stream. So there's that. Let's see. See, my problem is that no matter what you say, Vice will disagree with you out of pure spite. Yeah, because he's an asshole. And again, the only way that he sees forward to get into Kashua's pants is for you not to be there. There's a lot of little hints towards this. But yeah, it's why he's always trying to get Denim out of the way, because he knows that no matter what, she'll end up essentially sticking with him. She's always kind of looking for a sort of selfish safety net, as it were, there. More or less being so mentally broken even by the start of the game that she will side with anybody as long as they promise her more safety. And the thing is, by the time that he gains any autonomy whatsoever, Vice is completely, like, he's just fallen out of favor. Even in the post-game, even after everything else, he just never manages to regain that trust. And so he's in this weird position where he really wants to try to pursue something there, but there's absolutely no hope in it whatsoever. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Heard an explanation to Vice and make it a lot more sense to me. A lot of it let go. I did think that well, first, he's very insecure in regards to Down. Yeah, because he needs him out of the way to do the deed. I always like to imagine in the post game after that one scene that he's just sitting there like Beavis, like, oh man, I was supposed to get some. I should make that into a video. All right. Oh, somebody retracted a message. Oh no, I don't know what was there. Probably was nothing. All right, let's see. Let's see. It's like he's just some low-tier ruffian in Chapter 1, but then in Law Route, he's super lofty and moral. Chaos Route, he's just got these massive delusions of grandeur. He's always trying to fulfill his role as the thing. So, like, in Chapter 1, something that you pick up from some of the dialogue between them in the background is, like, he was always trying to keep the rest of the group safe. He was typically the one, like, coming back and showing up with food or whatever. And so when it came to the big, decision at the end of Chapter 1, he'll always end up picking the opposite, because, again, he's trying to get Denim killed, basically. So, if he sees that opportunity, and what's the first thing he does every single time you encounter him? He tries to get Kashua on his side. He tries to get her to flip. Every single conversation that they're in the same place, he tries to get her to flip. What times does he end up betraying people? Well, he ends up going and killing Zapan for trying to touch Kashua. He tries to end up switching sides to try and follow her around and whatever else. When we get to the neutral route, he basically completely malfunctions, because at that point, like, she already switched sides, he also tries to switch sides, except now that they're on the same side, he needs to be on the opposite side again, because he just needs to be on the opposing side so that he can get Denim out of the way, so that he can presumably, get about doing the deed, as it were. So yeah, unfortunately that guy is just, like, friend-zoned out of reality. It's hilarious. So he never thought he wanted Kashua like that? Yeah, dude, all of his death lines are about her. Like, he's obsessed. See, Mike's starting to glitch, by the way. Oh, crap. Let's adjust this right here. Is it this? Is it this? Oh, I see. Okay. Let's see if we move this here, move this here. Alright, how we doing? How we doing? We doing a bit better? I love, by the way, that we've gotten completely off of the original track here. We were supposed to be talking about how mechanics translated. See, the only time he's strong is when he stabs you in that one map with dual wielding. Yeah, he actually gets a freakishly high stat advantage, more than any other boss in the game. It's weird. Kashua turning on her family like that. Yeah, she'll turn on anybody that promises her safety. That's a pretty consistent theme with her. Sounds good to know what's causing it. I think it's because I had it next to... I have, like, an external hard drive over here. A lot of times when the mic's cord touches anything else electronic, it no be happy. See, Vice shows up with like 18 clerics and dual will to murder his best friends. I mean, that's just what he does. Although, where's the 18 clerics? I think you're mixing him up with the Gatalia fight. That's not him. Yeah, Gatalia is the one that basically gets injured, and he's there with a whole team of mostly just clerics and a couple archers. And in that particular instance, yeah, they patch him up, and they're like, look, we need you and your OP badass self to be somewhere else, so we'll just hold off these guys, you get to run, and yeah, if you kill off the leader of the clerics, he'll get pissed off, turn around, just essentially, he'll despite his obvious background in a constant, ongoing enjoying of genocide, he'll go and turn around and go give you a big old holier-than-thou speech over how dare you, they were just, these innocent priests that all had pockets full of grenades, but they were just these innocent priests that they were just trying to do their job. They were just doctors. How could you, you awful, terrible person? And then he proceeds to usually take out half your team with him. But yeah, no, he is doable if you know what you're doing. Again, see Archer run for stubbornly insisting on dealing with that guy. Which, by the way, due to some personal shenanigans going on, that Archer run, I might have to transfer that over to the Steam version. We'll see how all of that ends up playing out. It's a bit of a long story, but that PS4 might be in different locations, as it were. Let's see, I worked third shift, never... Oh yeah, third shift is a weird time to be. See, Vice makes Delita look like a saint by comparison. Oh yeah, I mean, unless you're playing War of the Lions, then he's got a lot of extra evil Batman vibes to him. Let's see, that fight with Catalio holds a place in my heart as one of the most annoying for 100% one reports because there's one event to kill both of them and Winnoa in the same hit. Oh yeah, forgot about that one. Oh. How oddly specific some of these events get, it's great. Okay. So, here, let's do a couple of things here. We're going to set another fight going over here, and then I want to go back and continue exploring FFT's expansion of mechanics and what have you a little bit, so that we can get back onto the original topic instead of everywhere that we've gone ever since. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, now she gets 8. Let's just let this cutscene happen.
Great Father Philaha, how
The great god Filet-O-Fish.
can you do this to me? You're most humble.
I think this one's weirdly cathartic because this lady both looks, sounds, and acts like my absolutely crazed alcoholic mother. Anyway, so she gets eaten by a dragon. Okay. You know, I mean, up to including, I don't know if they were a scam artist in the background, but either way, you know, all's well that ends well. So let's get back to the original discussion here. So on Tic Tacs and how they ended up changing a lot of the things. So it's okay. Archers are a bit of a funny thing. So as far as their translation went, it's funny because they kind of directly translated a lot of this class in a more simplified manner to Tor, technically to PSP, because yeah, original archers back in SNES. Like, male archer didn't even exist. Female archer was the only actual archer. Male archer was literally just anyone you gave a longbow to. And in that particular case, their whole shtick was that nobody could counter longbows. Like, any ranged attack was just uncounterable. It technically counted as a ranged attack, even if you were firing from one tile away, and that is just dramatically funny. Anywho, so yeah, they got that idea going of needing to charge up and attack something, and technically that's what AIM was trying to achieve. And it's weird that they didn't replace this with something else, because obviously when it came to the FFTA, FFTA2 type experience, they changed it to where it effectively was, you know, a bunch of trick shots and whatever else. And between the archer and the hunter, they did fix that weird thing where the archer technically doesn't have any direct evolution, which is very strange, because yeah, you have the archer, okay, cool, so they're the longbow guy. Samurai loved longbow, but instead we're going to stick them with only just basic katanas. Sure, why not? Why can't I put longbow on samurai? That was their primary weapon, dang it. Same thing with spears, but you can at least give them spears. You can't give them longbows. And so it's just this funny moment where it's like the archer literally is just like, either I become the bow and launch spear, or I throw swords as the ninja. Like, how is that the evolution of the archer, you know? It's I don't know, it's very random, is the thing. Now, where's, which button was it? Was it this one? Was it this one? No. Was it L2? What the hell was it? Which button brings up the thingies? Oh yeah, job progress, there we go. Because yeah, that's, Archer directly evolves into all of these. It's like, I have learned to Archer so good that I am going to steal somebody's weapons, have a better weapon than a longbow, and then I'm just going to launch myself. And then he's supposed to eventually evolve into the samurai, but again, why no longbow for samurai? It's like justice for longbow samurai, come on. Let's see. Toledo's the man, he wants Ramza like a brother, and he's secretly always depending on him. Yeah. And again, his lines, I feel, in Tic Tacs are absolutely selling that. One of my annoying gripes with Wodel was the fact that they just sort of tried to make him more edgy, and he came off kind of psychotic in a lot of cases, at least in my opinion, but that's whatever. See, the absolute most annoying Tor events to get is the one where you let Hobram permadie during the Ozma recruitment fight, and then you have to make Ozma and Volak flee but not die at the same time. Yeah, I wonder why nobody wants to do 100% events. See, enough about Tor? Maybe we'll just move on to Felsteel in a bit of a moment. See, listen, I'm chilling, having a blast discussing these games. Me too, man, me too. Imagine Samurai and Tic had equipped bows. Why don't they? Seriously, why don't they? Historical Samurai, spears, bows, guns. They didn't use their katanas much. It was like, it keeps being weird to me because that video's not out yet, but I was saying the exact same thing in the video for the Samurai. I was just like, historically speaking, it's like, oh man, you know, 100 years from now, here's the U.S. Marines with their iconic weapon, the Beretta. Like, what? Why is that the one you went with? You know? Like, sure, they had it, but And, you know, people annoyingly put it on their trucks all the time, but that doesn't mean that that's, like, their only thing. Alright. Let's see, Dragoon, they crossed everything out and just wrote jump, right? It's funny because Ninja can equip bows and TO. Yeah! And that was even the funnier thing. The original PSP version, the Japanese version of Tactics Ogre, of the PSP version there, the Ninja had access to longbows. Yes, it was broken as hell, and they took that out for the Western release, which is why it was so jarring going through that version. But yeah, no, they had proper longbows. They had they knew the thing. They had it right there. Like, they had the moment for Wodel. They had the moment for Tic Tacs. Like, give my man a bow. It's your history. Why do I know it? I'm like from the opposite end of the world, living on the other opposite end of the world, judging the history of that total other opposite end of the world over there. We're just missing one corner and possibly Antarctica. Which, by the way, if you ever want to see Antarctica in a completely different light, recently there was so a lot of times at work I like reading, going through audiobooks of Jeremy Robinson books and what have you, just because it's kind of in that interesting middle ground of just goofy enough to be entertaining, just long enough to come in very long collections, and also just generally being simple enough that you can just kind of follow along with whatever weirdness is going along. And there's a series called The Last Hunter. It's strange to say how this story over a kid that wants to go see the ice somehow translates into eventually a time-traveling Conan the Barbarian. It's a long story as to how we get there. Anyway, let's see. Do you know why samurai can't use bows or spears when those were their primary weapons historically? Exactly. In Disgaea, the samurai class was good with bows. Also exactly. It would be legitimately cool to have a samurai with a best bow and aim as a secondary. Yeah, it would. And that's the thing. You can't put bows on anybody. What was the deal with bows? They're not like they have a bunch of unique mechanics with all their aiming and extra aim range and whatever else. But, like, they just refuse to let the weapon class happen. They put guns on a couple of classes by default and give it as a skill. Bows are only available on one guy and get no skills. And they're on the basic class that's got, like, nothing else going for it. Like, do something with it, you know? Like, you get equipped crossbows. That's fun on everybody. Like, I would love to see just equip bow on anything. Like, every class would potentially have some fun interactions with this. Like, even if you have some, like, wizards with black robes and, you know, the Thundaga bow or something, maybe something cool would come out of that. I don't know. We can't find out. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's, like, if you use the like... Well, actually, no. You can put Japamala on an archer, so it can't be the element bonus. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. It's weird. I wish they would have done more of that. See, why no Dark Knight? I mean, it would have been cool to have... If you want Dark Knight, just do the samurai and make them edgy. I don't know. Personally, I thought the Dark Knight could have been something cooler, but that's just kind of whatever. Again, I've said my piece on that and gotten yelled at so many times I don't even want to touch the subject at this point. It's like, no, legitimately, between like the PSP version of Tactics Ogre and War of the Lions, it's very easy to see why I might see that as a little bit of a phoned-in experience. Okay. Let's see. Let a man use a bow, for God's sake. Exactly. No British people on the team. How could they? Samurai as a less mobile tanky archer would be cool. It absolutely would be. See, work for modders. Glad I got the game to run on Steam Deck. Yes. And it's great to see the kinds of different mods we might potentially be seeing. Okay, so with that, that's it. Let's go ahead and talk about these classes a little bit more. I guess the monk is another one of those kind of like funny archetypal kind of things that we didn't really see too much of a direct translation for. Like, it's kind of interesting that we saw what I would argue was the sort of cooler iteration of these guys showing up in FFTA. So for those that never tried them in FFTA, they kind of had this... I don't know what you'd call this. Okay, I specifically don't know what you'd call this. But as far as the monk is concerned, they obviously in this particular case they're an absolute powerhouse with their fists. They've got all these cool setup moves and whatever else. But they were used as sort of a fun, almost storytelling mood prop in FFTA, and they actually completely undid this for A2. Because the party that you started off with a white monk as your banga guy. And for those unfamiliar with what that means, essentially white monk was just like monk, but he's a lizard now, okay? The reason why this mattered was because they had very slightly higher evasion than, let's say, one that started as a warrior, but decently lower power. They started off with the ability to use Cyclone, and that was again another one of those reasons that I really love the item system in FFTA, because it just let you just put the skill that you wanted on somebody, learn it, and then move on to the next skill. You specifically had to change your loadout to have those different weapon skills going. But as far as the monk is concerned, essentially, because they were this white monk, because they were this weaker unit, you regularly saw a lot of the other teams marching around the field, and they would end up hitting harder than you did. And so this gave this sort of like underdog feeling to your beginner monk there, potentially not understanding why his damage growths and everything else were lower than everybody else, why he seemed to be worse than everybody. It gave you that feeling that your team were these underdogs, while he was passively getting better at dodging the whole time, potentially getting better abilities. It was a really cool storytelling moment. Now, this isn't directly related to Tactics Ogre or anything. In Tactics Ogre, generally speaking, unarmed builds are not as much of a thing, but you do see claw builds, which fascinatingly were originally ninjas, and then eventually they just sort of became a thing that you could use on a lot of heavy hitters. And so, for example, rather than using Shocker, you almost have the anti-Shocker in the form of a Sanguine Berserker, just like mass AoEing a ginormous amount of damage plus poison. Oh, hi Braxton. Sorry, my dog decided he wanted some snuggles. He's Mr. Brax. I don't know how you translate sneezing slightly because it's getting cold out. He's getting his dry nose. Anywho. Okay, sorry, that was a weird tangent. I know, what a shocker. We've been on like 50 billion weird tangents at this point. Who would have thunk it? Let's see, Dragoons should get guns. They were basically proto-mech infantry. I mean, yeah, but they don't have pistols, is the thing. And that's one of those reasons that I love that One Vision gave them access to flintlock pistols. Because, yeah, like, historically speaking, one of the things that Dragoons would do is that they would run up, they would just, like, whip out their handguns, take a blast at somebody, then switch over to their swords. Which, yeah, the Dragoons in this context are something totally different, but, it's just neat. Let's see, phoned-in experience for word lines. I see what you did there. I mean, for the newer versions, yes. I genuinely just meant it as, like, it's almost like they had one board meeting, came up with some good ideas, and then just left the interns to go handle actually putting it together, and it's like there were some solid ideas in there, and that's great, and then a lot of it just didn't end up purely, like, functioning right, you know? Again, frame rate issues of all kinds of different sorts. Actually, okay, I forget who told me this the other day. Somebody told me that in some iterations, that apparently back in one of the iPhone versions, they did properly get the frame rate working back to PS1 levels and then broke it again in another update for some reason. I don't know what the story is with that. Does anybody know the background on that by any chance? Like, supposedly they did away with the menu lag, they supposedly got the sound right, they supposedly got a bunch of things right, and then just immediately updated out of it somehow. That seems unlikely, but honestly, them repeatedly keeping FFT in a state of zombieism for decades is also not really something that would have been on my bingo card, but whatever. It is what it is, I suppose. Let's see. Also, they kill dragons. Guns would help. And yeah, no, they definitely do. Again, with One Vision, man, their ability to, let's say, take the fact that dragons basically can't avoid magic, and then, let's say, using ice magic to shut off their TP, using their like, time going and suppressing this guy, to then build up their own Dragon Slayer abilities, whipping out their handgun and just, like, capping a freaking dragon. It is awesome, man. It's awesome. Especially when you get stuff like a cursed gun that's able to also scale off of their health and basically do a double hit, and then you get somebody to instill on them, and I love combos. I love when you can do interesting team combos and whatever else. I mean, as of recently, I've been running a Ripple's Rod setup for a Dragoon over in One Vision, and again, I want to point out, for those that never played One Vision, just like one of those very OV type of moments, okay? So I had a cleric going through San Bronza. They ended up dying. They ended up getting launched off a cliff, and they were the one that was my kind of staff parrying expert and what have you. Ripple's Rod in that one is basically going to run like a combat rod in FFT, where they've got 2 tiles of range, right? So Ripple's Rod is basically running the same thing. Now, she was the parry expert, but unfortunately she could not deflect, so a boulder launched her straight off a cliff. Now, she dies, and I have a Dragoon that is currently running a sword and crossbow setup, and that's working reasonably well. But I always like to do a thing when a character dies to transfer their skills onto somebody else and try to merge those two skills together. And so what I decided to do was basically make a Ripple's Rod Dragoon. And so what they would do is essentially do the whole Slayer thing at a distance with this staff. The reason that that staff was relevant is because it could be activated to give somebody an evade effect. So this guy would go forward, he would use ice to go completely remove the TP of a dragon, activate that staff on his way over, to give him, basically he would activate Beast Slayer or Dragon Slayer or whatever else. He would then activate the staff for an evade. They would go forward for a melee attack. It would completely bounce off. They don't have TP for a different type of attack. And then he follows up with the Slayer's attack on the staff. It's awesome, dude. Like, those kinds of combos are just badass. It's one of those things that makes OV fantastic. It is a bit of a slower-paced thing, but it's one of these things that you can chew on like a fine steak. Anyway. Let's see, Dragoons in real life were cavalry with guns, right? Yeah, they were basically heavily armored cavalry, and oftentimes would carry pistols with them. But because the pistols were relatively inaccurate, one of their tactics was basically to run up on their horses, just kind of blast into the crowd, just sort of like attempt to sort of snapshot somebody, and then just put the gun away, and then switch to sabers. Lizard Wizard? Hell yeah. Let's see, what I hate about Tactics Advance is that they had this awesome race system with mixed jobs, and they ruined the whole system with judges. Man, I disagree on the judges. I did a really long video on that particular thing. I personally really like the vibes of that particular one. Like, the system itself, okay, take a step back from that system, and if you want to gain a completely different appreciation for FFTA, look at it like this. So, with all of your different characters, notice how the bullies and stuff like that, a lot of the characters that are outside of your core group, they don't change once the game ends. This basically means that the world is created out of Mute's mind. Everybody else is just sort of along for the ride, and you got Mr. I Swear I'm Not a Ramza that we have at home that's going and attempting to fix it. Now, the thing about this, if you think about the ending to the game, you'll notice that the final boss is literally immortal and cannot be killed until they are stripped of all of their abilities, until they're stripped of their infinite everything bullshit shields, right? And who is it that controls all of those abilities? Who is it that is preventing the sort of main antagonist from moving on and processing the death of their mother and just kind of getting over this long-term tantrum that they're doing? It's their dad. It's their dad learning to step up and, you know, just deal with their kids' emotional state, get them past their things, finally, like, punish them for basically living in a made-up world and whatever else. It's his dad finally stepping up that gets that whole end game to even happen. Essentially what I'm trying to get at is that the laws are simply his dad going and doing all of this stuff. His kid is grieving, he's feeling sad, he wants something to be better and whatever else. And how does a kid view all the rules that are set up in their house? They view it as this arbitrary thing. They view it as this thing that it's just like, I don't know why I can't go and, you know, open the door on the street side. Like, I want to hop out of the car, why do I have to follow my brother and sister out the door on the opposite side? I should be able to hop out into traffic. That rule is arbitrary. I need to find some way around it. And then they, like, try to crawl out of the driver's side door or something. The whole mechanic is designed around this idea of finding your way around arbitrary rules that are there that the dad puts in place. Because the dad is trying to essentially make the world feel safe for his kid. And so what we have is, again, a kid's misunderstanding of how the world works in order to try and get him past his grieving and whatnot. Which, again, I just think that's really darn cool. I love that for that particular element, and I personally just like the idea of going for varied teams in order to kind of build around mechanics and what have you, or potentially going in on days that you know that the other guys are just straight up not able to use a lot of their best actions and whatnot. I personally like this from both angles, but again, I get it, it's not really going to be for everyone, but I really, really love that. Alright, let's see. Job classes were fun, though? Yes. Let's see, they generally shot dismounted, though. Yeah, that didn't come back until A2. That was a weird one. Every time that your Chocobo Knight got knocked out, you had to go get a new Chocobo. Weird system. Let's see, I thought the Dragoon was a cavalry that dismounted into infantry combat until I realized that they live longer the more they stay on horseback. Yep. If they lost their horse, they probably lost their life. So you have insane love for the Dragoon in Tic Tacs, but I actually have hatred towards them in Tor, literally F tier to me. Well, I mean, to each their own. It obviously will depend on the team or, whatever else. Personally, I like using them as a sort of generalist with Slayer skills, but again, it depends. So one of the boosts that they got in Tor is actually in terms of the weapons that they had the whole time. They're actually really good at taking advantage of various types of elemental advantages and what have you. So potentially going for something like crossbow and sword actually does give them some pretty solid options in a lot of different ways. Like for example, even going heavy crossbow on them actually is surprisingly viable, especially once you get a lot of the sort of like end game gigabirds and whatever else. Like the Slayer skill might not do as much, but having something like even bowgun +1 firing on a lot of those types of units could lead to them. The Slayer skill also comes with a guarantee, so it's always going to stun. So something like that is potentially very good for suppression, and additionally you've got a lot of really good bonuses on a lot of their weapons. So like a lot of the heavy crossbows or two-handed swords or whatever else are going to be some of your better options in terms of racial bonuses. So if you do stack them right, if you give them some proper support, they're really good. But either way, that's I have a whole video on that whole thing. Let's see here. Poison makes Dragoon worthless. I mean, to some extent, it works. There's really no reason it can't be both. Let's see. Ripple Rod lost. That's a literal tragedy. I mean, I'm probably not saving the save file in the background. It's just kind of going just to go, to be honest. I just want to talk about other stuff and also do it on a platform that I can go and switch to Felseal in a moment, which we will be doing relatively soon, I think. So yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Let's go ahead and let this kind of continue on, going up to San Bronza. I want to point out that in the PSP version, going up to even this level of San Bronza would probably take you like a frickin' week. So that's also kind of a whole other thing. Anywho, let's see, great video on the judges. Yeah, I'm glad that some folks like that. I know it was a bit of a lengthy one, and I was listening to it the other day to try to see if it was one of these ones that I wanted to go send to somebody, and yeah, I know in a lot of these videos I have a tendency to get too rambly or get into too oddly specific of topics, but I don't have to, like, if I start doing a script, it's one of these cases that I will inevitably end up changing my mind on the whole thing by the time I end up finishing that script. So most of the time it's just like, I feel inspired today, let's just try to kick this one out and see what happens. So yeah. See, the monk is on the other frame getting good cardio today. He's been walking in place for an hour. Okay, we'll get to him. Let's see, isn't War of the Visions the greatest tactics game ever? I think I'll go play that. Threw up in my mouth a little bit. Tor Dragoons are amazing when you use them for a specific battle. They're not good in general. I mean, they're better than they were, for what it's worth. They're better than they were. At least they have a lot more elemental advantage play. They still have all of their equipment, and because of stuff being generally more balanced out, they are not immediately the target of everyone's attention next to the knight if you happen to have deployed one like they were in PSP. They were an absolute and utter liability, just like the Terror Knights were in that version, because they oftentimes were so freaking slow due to the weight creep of a lot of the equipment in that one, that yeah, if you even tried to use their Slayer abilities, oftentimes what would happen is that they would get one attack and then just not do anything for the rest of the frickin' fight. Instead, you would do this crazy thing called use your longbows for everything, so, there's that. Also, I still love the fact that you can have automatic berserk going on to a spear to be able to sweep stuff at a distance, and in case that one guy that left a comment asking what the point is of using Scorpion on Rune Fencer, because its odds to hit might theoretically be like 20%, you've basically seen it this whole time. It absolutely melts anything that it does proc on, so might as well have it. Alright, anyway, going back to discussions as far as where mechanics ended up evolving and what have you. As far as the White Mage is concerned, I mean, obviously that's going to be one of the more basic ones, though it is interesting that they kind of did away with heal scaling. It's almost like they were kind of scared of what the White Mage could potentially do. It's like when this one evolved over to Tor, they lost their scaling on their heals, they gained more speed, they lost their Holy Nuke, and that ended up being transferred over to other characters. Like, for example, somebody like a Princess or the Apocrypha users can potentially use Heavenly Judge, but yeah, no, not the humble cleric. They were meant to be fairly humble. They were meant to be, the man of the cloth, as it were. which honestly is kind of cool. The fact that they could exercise at long distance became their shtick, and the way that they sort of fit into the universe, considering that the undead are a very regular problem, and they can kind of get away with being physically weaker than anybody else, because being the Exorcist is their job. They literally used to be called the Exorcist back in SNES, and presumably had to change it because of the movie. I mean, that's awesome. I think that's really cool, the fact that they politically have a reason to be weaker than everybody else, because simply put, they have this role in the world, you know? It's a bit like the sort of mystic and orator type of vibes in FFT, so I don't know, just think that's neat. One of the few mechanics that we don't see actually translated over to Tactics Ogre would be something like Frog, but I feel like Fear more or less does the same job. So being scared turns you into a frog, I guess. It also turns you into a chicken, which I guess that would be a more literal translation there. But I think they did this just because, you know, Final Fantasy loves their transformations. But it is interesting when it comes to the Time Mage that a lot of their stuff got transferred to a lot of the basic wizards. Things like resetting time and moving people around and what have you. Though the more specialized stuff like a Springboard did end up getting moved over to, why am I brain farting so hard right now? The Draconic users. There we go. Alright. Let's see, especially if a White Knight is... Wait, hold on. What? Let's see. In Tor, they said every battle has dragons that are nearly invincible, but that's why we use Dragon Scale, and that's why we use Poison, exactly. But, I mean, a lot of the time, the reason that you use Dragoons is, for example, you go and go give them their advanced crossbow, you get some Beast Slayer, and you shoot down a lot of the Gigabirds before they can eat your wizards. Have you checked out Ogre Battle Saturn Translation? I have. I just haven't really had a whole lot of time to go into all of that. The backlog for everything has been comically long, as it tends to be. Barely finished up with a lot of the Tic Tacs type of stuff. Barely finished with a lot of the Aethermancer kind of stuff. Still working all the time. Still with the kiddos all the rest of the time. So it's like, it's one of these cases where everything is pretty well stacked, and/or also, you know, kind of moving pretty soon. So that's just a whole thing. Anyway. Let's see. Let's see, people are hating on the White Mage and Tic Tacs just like in Tor, completely underrated. I mean, to be fair, I'm also in that pile. I kind of think they suck, but I get why they're good. Like, they scale really well with Faith, and they have the potential to be the best healers in the game. I just really don't like them for some reason. I love the Clerics in Tor. It's just, I don't know. The White Mage just always just is in the liability box for me personally, even though I will use them just for the fact that they look cool alone. I mean, the White Mage with the equipped sword looks hilariously goofy. I don't know why I find that so amusing, but I have multiple different playthroughs where I have that running in the background right now, especially through War of the Lions, which I'm still trying to kind of quietly get through in the background. Just kind of popping that out at work every now and then. Alright, let's see, Justice for Lipo and Exorcist from SNES Toger. Yeah, I mean, at least the Priest still has it, technically. I mean, arguably it is still technically the same class. Let's see, don't underestimate the Poison Spear. I'm using one on Ravenous right now in the POTD run, all the way down to floor 92. Scorpion is insane, especially if a White Knight spams Velocity. Yeah, that and Paralysis Blade, like, just poison plus paralysis. It's great. It's the very, very canonical Scorpion combo. Let's see, there's nothing more satisfying to me than landing a status effect with 100% accuracy in Tor. It's one of the things I sorely miss in FFT. Yeah, exactly! How does Concentration not have that effect? Seriously. Concentration gets hated on, and it's like, oh, you can use it for stealing stuff and potentially hitting stuff from the front better, but it's like, dude, just give it that effect! It's right there! How is that not its thing? Surely somebody, like, there has to be some cross-pollination there. I'm sure some mod must do it. Let's see. Ravenous Running Velocity, Shift Paralysis Blade. Yeah, just talked about that, exactly. Running Interference on everything. Didn't even give her the Spear skill, just that. Yeah, because she doesn't even need to do damage on finishers or anything else at that point. Just, at that point, stab more. Do more stabbing. Which I guess, at that point, I guess it's kind of understandable where they got here with the Dragoon, where it's just like, they run up and stab thing, run up and jump thing. Sometimes, when the Spear build is good enough, the only thing that they need to do is stab more. Okay, but with that being said, though, I mean, I guess we also have the Samurai that got very interestingly translated over to Tor. So I'm not using one over there on it right now. But it's kind of cool how, because of the samurai, we saw this cool evolution of the Swordmaster over on the Tactics Ogre side. So for those that missed it, original SNES Swordmaster was basically just dude that have two swords, and because of the fact that they could Alpha Strike stuff, they were one of the few melee characters that had something of a survival rate. Because most of the time, the first character that took a swing was also the first one to die, because they would swing, the next guy would then counterattack, and then their buddy would come up and shank him in the throat, and they're like, I wonder if I made a mistake here. So the Swordmaster in that particular instance was just the dude that could attack twice, so there was a decent chance that they might be able to kill something first. But they also would just petrify them with debuffs, seeing as their whole thing was agility, and if, let's say you gave them petrification, it scaled off of agility, which meant that they could potentially instantly petrify entire teams at once, meaning that in their first outing, they probably wouldn't even want to use their swords, because they were just better as a wizard. Then they came out for their second entry, in which they decided, you know what, they must be so, insanely good. We gave the samurai unique katanas over there in FFT. We got to do that again. And then they gave them the 2HK, which was basically one of the most worthless weapon classes. They could theoretically do some cool stuff if they had combined all of their different versions. Okay, it's funny because one of the best weapons that they have was the Mayan sword. It wasn't called the Mayan sword. It was the Tipwacatl or something. It was basically the Mayan shark sword, right? The thing would have petrification on hits, because, again, they gave them the petrification theme because they just couldn't let that go. Apparently, the samurai absolutely made everybody that hard. Anyway, so they couldn't let that concept go. They gave them a petrification sword in the PSP version, and if you had a warrior running vigorous attack, this could be worthwhile. The thing is, nobody used a warrior with vigorous attack because it was freakishly expensive, and they would never be reasonably close enough to even bother with that. So nobody would really use this. It was just a lucky chance of petrification every now and then. They had a finisher that caused petrification, but none of their spells would do it. Suddenly, their abilities got changed to a bunch of support abilities that also would oftentimes tend to not get used because people would use the finishers instead of using their dances and things, because you not only had to have a consumable, but you also had to specifically go out of your way to have enough points to be able to go put out that buff, and they oftentimes would not have the stats to go use most of their debuffs. It's like, great, you got Harvest Dance, you got a heal that was nearly worthless. It didn't scale with much of anything, it slightly went up in some circumstances. You could go Strengthen and Fortify an entire group, that was fantastic. I mean, granted, nowhere near as good as it is in Tor, because in Tor it's like, it's a pretty sizable bonus, especially for stuff like Weaken. That's a 50% drop in something's offense. The original version was 15. So yeah, their debuffs were not only pretty darn mild, but they also were a case of they just like, if they tried to use the offensive debuffs, they literally did not have the passives available to make that hit all the time. So they would have to specifically have a bunch of extra mind built up. So they would have to probably go train as a cleric or something and then cross-class into a samurai. And then they would be very slightly better, or just collect cards, or just collect meat items, and you would just go and mass genocide half the dang Fromp of Wildwood in order to go give somebody enough mind to make their damn debuffs land. It was a whole thing. So okay, that's just their dances. It would be the equivalent of the Samurai's draw-out abilities, except instead of just working right from the get-go, they made them tedious and annoying and a pain in the ass in every possible respect. But instead, they had this thing where you would essentially do the Himido thing that you had from the monk, that somebody would go and swing a sword and hope they would have enough points to be able to afford preempt, and if they ever didn't, they were basically just dead because they were just squishy, and they had this weird unique sword category that nobody ever used, which meant that even when you got the class, they functionally were restarting no matter what because they had to have a whole new weapon category that they never trained in up to that point, that only they used. Because reasons! Because they need their katanas, apparently. Anyway. Let's see, the dances and tours aren't really all that good, the heal is minimal, the debuffs are terrible. See, here's the thing. If you put on something like Spellstrike Powder, their mass charm basically turns them into a fairy, and that's pretty darn good. When it comes to Black Lizard Powder is going to basically guarantee a lot of their effects in a really good way. This for anything like Weaken or Charm or anything else, this actually makes them surprisingly strong in the late game, and even going into post game. The whole thing of being able to have a summon built into one of their swords is surprisingly potent. Their heal isn't particularly good, but again, Healcraft Powder actually does work for that as well. So they at least have ways to boost it, they at least have ways to use this stuff. Strengthen and Fortify are just kind of decent buffs to have in general. Also, sorry, I just knocked my mic out of the way there. Sorry if that made a weird sound. Like, they're still not ultra amazing, but they are at least usable. Like, they're at least worth using this time around compared to the PSP version, where, like, imagine if you had way less of an effect, that it didn't even show up half the time. Like, if somebody was using the right passives, it had no effect whatsoever. That their heal was, I kid you not, something like 2% of something's health. So it was near worthless in that regard. It took a bunch of extra time to use. It required a consumable. It required a bar that was also used for your finisher, which, yes, technically it's that way in this case too, but it also was a case of your finisher which also deletes that entire bar as soon as you activated it, rather than being an ongoing trickle charge. Like, the fact that you're essentially bar dumping to finish in the PSP version and also have available MP left over in Reborn is a surprisingly huge change, and that never comes up. Anyway, let's see. The Bard class in Tor is broken with HP regeneration. Oh, absolutely, abso-frickin-lutely. Like, if you end up getting a Bard going, it's the anti-poison thing. Like, they are regenerating 10% multiple times per round, and on some of the things that have really high health, we're potentially talking about hundreds of health worth of healing, to the point that if you get one of the super birds that shows up as you activate it, like, you don't realize that that bird is there, they are basically immortal, even with a Dragoon in your party, unless you can one-shot them. The regeneration is that good. So, yeah, it's great. Stuff's pretty good. There's finally a reason to use the Bard, go figure. Or the Songstress, rather, but still, at least there's a reason to use it. Now, that being said, before the voice gets all hoarse and whatever else, what do y'all say about moving over to talking about how Felseal handled some of this stuff? How are y'all feeling about that? Alright. So he always makes Sistina a Swordmaster. It's a pretty good front row high damage evasion tank. Yeah. But, like, guaranteed debuffs, or sorry, guaranteed buffs and debuffs and whatever else, the fact that they have some minimal effect that is always guaranteed, that peace of mind just opens up so many builds. Like, and yeah, you can still do your crazy OP bullshit like you've seen with Bon Yuri over there, the ninja that could not be named Boner. For those that are unclear as to why anybody would even do that, that is a immature as hell joke. It's a case where that was one of the standard names that you could get back in the SNES version, and my very first playthrough of said SNES version, I got a random soldier named Boner. He died pretty much immediately, but I decided to try and rename one of my first generics to that, and yeah, this one has a profanity filter, which is hilarious in a game that has war crimes every few minutes. God forbid somebody says Boner, but apparently that was Sony's fault or something. I don't know. Anywho, let's see. Game, liked Felseal, beat it a while ago, couldn't get into the story. I mean, there's not really a whole lot of story to get into. It's just kind of there to let the mechanics happen. Let's see, and there are no surviving examples of these obsidian Aztec swords anywhere. The last known example was stolen from a museum in Mexico. Wait, really? Damn, that sucks. Those things are cool. Like, the idea was that they just, like, put a bunch of, they had, like, obsidian swords, and then they would go and, like, slot in shark teeth and shit. That's pretty awesome. Anyway, I might be mixing up two different swords there, but... Actually, no, I think it was the Mayans that did the shark teeth thing, and then it was the Aztecs that did the obsidian thing. My bad. Although, one more note I want to throw out here for Tic Tacs, okay? So, here's the thing. We see a lot of stuff about inquisitions and stuff like that in Tic Tacs, right? But here's the thing. One of those weirdly overpowered units is going to be the second-tier pig, right? Gives you your immortality, gives you your chantage, and stuff like that. Now, this basically means that in order to, let's say, go and deal with the Inquisition, in order to go deal with the power of the people usually doing the Inquisition, you would have to also deal with the whole pork situation along the way, right? I promise you I'm getting somewhere with this. Now, one thing to potentially consider when it comes to said bacon-y type situation is what the hell are you doing? Sorry, my cat just got... Ollie, what the hell, man? Okay, apparently he found a knitted blanket and, like, got himself wrapped up in it, and he looked like if you ever saw somebody, like, playing with like, goo or something. Anyway, sorry, hang on, where were we? Porcine heresy, right. Where was I going with this? we'll get back to that in a bit of a moment. Anyway, so yeah, point is, oh yeah, historically speaking, there was one nation that would always preempt every one of their invasions with pigs. I don't know if any of y'all folks ever read up on this or whatever else, but whenever the Spanish would go and attempt to invade a place, like a year before they would end up going and doing their thing there, they would release a bunch of pigs out into the wild, right? And essentially, pigs are kind of an invasive species. They have a tendency to absolutely rampage through the wilderness. They have a tendency to go and damage a bunch of things and what have you. But they're also a great source of food, and they breed like rats. So, because of the fact that they are violent, they have a tendency to destroy the local economies and whatever else. They have a tendency to, be available food that the locals may not necessarily know how to deal with. But the people invading might very well suddenly have this free food source that's everywhere all of a sudden. It kind of makes you wonder if the whole Chantage being overpowered situation is somehow a reference to the to the Spanish invasions, to all of the conquistadors and stuff like that. I don't know, just a random thought that popped in the other day, because the kids and I were talking about bacon, like where it comes from, and historically speaking, why certain places eat a lot of bacon and others don't. Like, why, like, if pigs aren't originally from here, why are they everywhere? I'm like, well, we have the Spanish to thank for that. It was a whole thing. Anyway, let's see. Let's see. You've got another vote for Felseal. You should check out the movie Shriek If You Know What I Did Last Friday the 13th, where the main character's last name is Boner. Alright, fair enough. Let's see. Okay, so that wasn't my imagination. Glad you agree. It's kind of like a scary movie, except it's better and has Tom Arnold in it. Alright. Cool stuff. Let's see, right, it was Aztec, my bad. Oh, okay. Cool. Let's see. Tic Tacs or Tor? Pick one. Tor, dude. 100% of the time. Are you kidding me? It's not even close. Like, here's the thing. If Tic Tacs never came out, I still have both of the previous versions, plus like a frickin' bajillion mods on the PS Vita, on the PSP, on the Steam Deck. Like, functionally speaking, the same game exists. We saw some polishes, some ways to make new folks maybe play FFT more, and we got a modern way to play it. Like, as far as tactician difficulty, it basically let a few folks finally experience the weird builds I've been doing in the older versions just because of refusal to use metas for the longest time. So, I mean, it's kind of a moment of like, hey, I told you guys this is pretty cool over here, and now you got forced to use it for once. More so than this is like something that I could potentially not live without. Like, I honestly would have been. I genuinely, for different playthroughs, the convenience of playing it on the Vita, compared with the quality of life changes that show up on Tic Tacs or something, they're kind of equal in my eyes, to be honest. Like, genuinely, even though I view Tic Tacs as the way better experience as compared with something like War of the Lions, I have probably played more of War of the Lions in the last week. Anyways, whatever. Let's get on with it here. So, let's see, Messy Kitten Burrito. Yeah, cats just do some weird stuff sometimes. Like earlier, one of the other cats was going and was messing with one of the Goldies, and like he was just sitting there, just rolling around repeatedly, just stroking her chin for no apparent reason while she was awkwardly trying to look away. Like, it was just some like hidden serial killer dialogue going on in the background between them two. Let's see, if I recall, couldn't have Flamescale as a name because it includes the name Mescal or something like that. If birthday was Flamescale, you could change language to something else, save and change back. Huh. Weird. I mean, that does seem like the kind of thing that would happen, I guess. Yeah, there's some very odd things that you couldn't put into your names here. Or Switch stuff. So yeah, we'll probably be doing more of that going forward. Yes, I know I'm finally bothering to do that now that the Switch 2 is here. And it cracks me up to no end to see some of the new releases on that thing. Just like seeing the math in people's heads of folks completely losing their mind that you technically have to pay something like $600 for the full experience of the new Pokemon game. Anyway. Oh, by the way. Let's go ahead and expand this a little bit. I can actually see what the hell's going on. Okay, and we'll get onto more Tic Tacs here in just a bit of a second here. Because, okay, Oh man, this is gonna be a weird one to actually start off from, because I originally had a plan here of covering this backwards. Like once we got to this point, we could get to the whole idea of stuff like the Dark Knight not being there for for Tic Tacs. Like, oh, here's this PC we're missing, and then we go over to One Vision and like we got Freya, we got Paladin, we got we got Death Knight over here, we got the entire finisher system, we got everything that happened with swords in OV, we got just layer on layer on layer on layer of yeah, you thought Dark Knight was hot shit, here is a billion times more and better paced and everything else, which granted we also see that with Fell Seal too. Okay, as far as Fell Seal is concerned, we saw a whole lot of cases where stuff was just straight up better in that particular regard. This game's equivalent of, man, I don't even remember who was on this team, but I do remember the Pulverizer Squad. We got the Final Pulverizer, the Pulverizer Biped, the Pulverizer Hover. These guys' whole job is to start the map by detonating everything. This is kind of Felseal's version of the calculator cast instant death on everybody thing. Anyway, here, where was this? Pardon me while I remember the Switch controls. Okay. So, as far as classes were concerned, what did we see as far as Dark Knight equivalents here? We had stuff like the Fellblade, kind of like a sword, dagger, as they kind of say, kind of thing here. But in this particular case, this was sort of like the debuff knight. This was closer to the Fencer from something like FFTA. We also had another variant going forward in terms of the Samurai. This was more of a... Here, let's see if we can go ahead and pull this up here. Where is the abilities? There we go. No, that's already going back to the Fencer. Man, I am real bad at remembering where stuff is in this one. Because, yeah, okay, so we had Fellblade to start off with, but we're talking about, we do the whole laser sword thing, but we have a case where, people are getting their offense removed, they're getting poisoned, they're getting random debuffs applied. Imagine if you had the Dancer distilled into a sword move that came out of a Dark Knight. That's basically what we've got going on with the Fellblade over here. So that was sort of the baby variant, the one that they were just kind of starting to get into all that stuff. We then had something a lot closer to the Dark Knight variant over here in the form of the Reaver, where we had somebody that did a lot of the same stuff, where they would, let's say, scream in an area and go and reduce defenses or what have you, do a lot of damage there. We got stuff like Into the Fray combining together with Bloodlust. So the more damage they took, the more surrounded they were. The more pressure they were by stuff around them, the more they could just tear ass through absolute whole groups of units, eventually going down into being able to just shout into an area to go delete a bunch of units or deal as much damage as they were missing HP. And it's worth noting in this particular case that you had a ton of control over your HP bar, potentially going for something like Monkey Grip Dual Wield, giving you dual hammers to give you essentially double what would effectively be your Knight bonus in terms of your health boosts and what have you. And yeah, this basically meant that you could potentially one-shot basically anything. But the cool thing was that you could combine a lot of things from different classes in interesting ways. Razor Wind over here from the Samurai allows you to just kind of arbitrarily extend the range of anything, while also giving you this cool kind of a Samurai movie windowing effect on the top and bottom of your screen. Anyway, so here, let's go see what the comments are up to real quick and see what we are up to here. Oh, hey, Warren Report's here. Nice! Alright, let's see. What industry do you work in? That is a bit of a thing. Okay, so, technically speaking, originally I went to school for, game design, Photoshop, all that kind of thing, hoping to do all of the whole technical side of things. Then got pulled into the real estate industry, and then essentially spit back out after seeing all the absolutely sketchy as hell stuff that happened there. So I have this weird background in, property and also some technical stuff, and oddly specifically game design, and also was a violinist at some point. Still got my All-State violin plaque and stuff like that. Still have no idea how I made it into first violins. That was a weird story. God, we're not even going to get into that right now. Anyway, so I got all that going on. But yeah, then over time ended up just doing a bunch of various odd jobs, anything ranging from sales to delivery work to currently, due to the fact that I wanted to have some type of work that I could do at night, because I was a stay-at-home dad for a while, and then essentially just kind of doing whatever work I could do from home. And then at that point, after a while, It just became this thing where I needed to go work at night, just kind of work at night, also work during the day, also do the dad thing during the day, and just kind of never sleep. And that's just kind of why there's a lot of endless hyperactivity going on these videos a lot of the time. Like perpetually in never-ending sleep debt, so there's that. Anyway, also Deneb, yeah, we have a Deneb on the team. This is not nearly as expansive as it was back on... oh wait, right, she probably died in the other one, didn't she? Well, anyways. Oh shoot, there goes my phone with all the comments on it. Hold on. Let's see. It's Warren Report, currently completing you again for the 30,000th time. Yeah, you gotta get all those events, man. See, did modders ever manage to decipher the luck/one vision luck stat? By my trial and error, it suddenly gets a percentage buff if you stack enough of it. Pretty sure luck has breakpoints. Yeah, funnily enough, that's why we have the Mantis. So they didn't directly crack it, but they found certain breakpoints where it had a reason to be used. So basically, there was a long-running kind of series of tests through the larger kind of One Vision community there, where people were just going and just throwing anything at the wall to see what sticks. And so, yeah, the end result was, in order to get somebody to completely shut off their criticals, because if it went too low, criticals became guaranteed. If it went too high, everything just sort of flipped and went in all kinds of sideways directions or whatever else. So the end result was giving a huge physical boost so that they weren't also deleting their, like, parry and deflection and stuff like that. Negative 120 was apparently the sweet spot at which boosting parry still allowed parry to be functional, because this item was meant to be like, it boosts your parry, it makes you better at dual wielding, it makes you unable to crit, and yeah, also has a tendency to, boost your offense in quite a significant way. So it was like literally the dual-wielding item, though I personally found a lot of use for it in other cases too, like for example, using it over on a hoplite skeleton, because it tended to make it seem like they would end up taking a lot more damage than they typically did, made them hit like a truck with something like a Durga, and yeah, at the same time, they were just basically near unkillable. It was pretty neat, but we'll get to that later. Anyway, so they kind of did, but they also kind of didn't. Let's see if that was specifically a Nintendo concession. Supposedly, all of the kind of corrective dialogue and whatever else in Tactics Ogre Reborn was a Sony thing. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't see it in other games, so I'm not sure why specifically they had a problem with that one. You'd think they would have a bigger problem with, the implied unconsensual hanky-panky that happens potentially to Saria or something like that, but no, we can't call somebody boner. That would just be a bridge too far. The murder, that's okay, that's fine. The war crimes, the genocide, that's nothing to worry about there. It's fine, guys. Boner, though, unacceptable. Just like absolute fucking travesty. How dare you? Anyway, let's see. Oh no, completing me, how romantic, oh god. Oh no, we got the 100% and Warren Report ship that we never wanted. Gotta make sure my 100% events guide is 100% accurate. Let's see, so Paradox bought Pokemon? I have no idea. The new Pokemon thing, I've seen a lot of people getting real pissed, because apparently it's like just all in one city, and then that city is less fleshed out than it was back in the frickin' DS. And yeah, apparently it runs real bad, and also is really expensive. Let's see, Heart belongs to Deneb. Alrighty then, I'm not sure that's consensual. Or not, reciprocated, there we go. 100% events is something, congrats, yeah, no, that is a goal and a half. Let's see, this is far from my first 100%, I'm also making a checklist. That looks like that guy Raynor looks like James Raynor from StarCraft. Let's go take a look. I'm looking at the wrong controls. Hang on. Found the completely busted Joy-Cons that I just had to reassemble from pieces. Because dang it, kiddo, why can you not stop dropping your Switch parts? Thankfully, I was already in the middle of fixing a completely different Switch, so the fact that she ripped 2 ribbon cables inside this thing, through 2 layers of case, yeah, it was still manageable. But, like, come on, kiddo. You're the careful one. Live up to that reputation. Anywho, let's see. What's their name here? James Raynor. Let me see here. I think I shut off Chrome in the background, didn't I? Yeah, because yeah, Chrome makes everything act funny. Let's look at that picture. James Raynor. Oops, spelled it wrong. Do you mean Jim Raynor? I mean, yeah, I can kind of see that. Yeah. I mean, it's like a more clean-cut version, I guess. Kind of... Yeah. I mean, it's just like roguish dude stereotype. I can kind of see that happening. Definitely with the name, that's certainly a coincidence, I'm sure. Yeah, this... I kind of think that they probably did come out a decent while apart. Don't know for sure. But we'll see. Okay. I know we'll get into the FFT discussion in just a second. I just want to get through the comments. Alright. See, if you need any help with that, come in. Well, there you go. See, could you make the fell seal screen bigger? Sorry, hard to read. Oh, shoot, sorry. Yeah, let me fix that, because, yeah, fell seal, it barely fits on the Switch, dude. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and do that, and then we'll take Tic Tacs, and we'll make you smaller. You go small over there. There we go. There we go. Let's go put that sucker down there, and then we need to do something with Deneb over here. We'll stick stupid sexy Deneb over here so that we keep Warren Report over on the channel. We get to keep Warren Report here because of Deneb. Okay. Let's see here. I think Square will make more games like Tor and FFT. Both seem like they sold well. It sounds like they want to do Ogre Battle, supposedly, so that would be pretty neat. I mean, especially given that Unicorn Overlord did pretty well. It's a pretty good choice. You'd hope they would. Hello there, Mr. Potato Head. Hello, Mr. Warnface. How about FFT, TO Run, one controller, both at the same time? That'd be nuts. I've considered doing it. Maybe. Like, that probably would be... I mean, I'd be able to do, like, Tor, PSP, and SNES at one time, probably. And then just, like, maybe as a joke, well, actually, no, that would be two instances of RetroArch running. Like, I can run PSP, and then... Maybe we run, like, GBSP separately. That might work. It's like every Tactics Ogre at once. I have no idea how well the Steam Deck would handle that, because it really does not enjoy multitasking. It's part of the reason that I'm employing the Switch for the other game here, because trying to run both like a Tor and FFT, or, you know, FFT and Fell Seal at the same time would probably cause it to have a stroke, because I guess it just focuses real hard on whatever it's doing. It's the just like ADHD console. If you try to get it to do more than one thing at once, it'll just self-destruct. Like every time you've seen stuttering on videos, it's because it tried to do something else at the same time. It will handle focusing on one thing really well. Telling it to focus on very literally more than 3 things, it goes kaput. Alright, let's see. It might have been because they were planning to do multiplayer at some point. They wanted to do that before they abandoned multiplayer on Tor. I don't think that mode ever would have ever really gotten over there. So the multiplayer mode in Tactics Ogre PSP, I was talking about this earlier, it wasn't really a multiplayer mode. So when we're comparing with something like FFT, like in FFT's case, it was actually a multiplayer mode. It actually required other people to function. In Tactics Ogre PSP's case, it was more a situation where it was just sort of like a challenge team builder. So you could give them custom dialogue, and you put them on one of a dozen maps, which, by the way, yes, Gibbed was looking into unlocking all maps for that particular thing, but it was unsuccessful. It wouldn't handle it. Or at least he abandoned it, or something. I don't know. Either way, that didn't end up happening. But as far as the multiplayer mode, it was mostly the fact that you could add kind of custom dialogue to people and whatever else. That was sort of the main interesting thing about it. That you could set very interesting custom teams and have people go and experience the story events that you wanted, if you wanted to make like alternate story events or what have you. It was neat in that particular respect, if a little bit awkward to set up. I don't know what they were thinking in terms of adding, you know, customizable dialogue boxes. on the PSP. So you have to basically use the old touch-tone dialing thing to go manually select all the letters and tap it 3 times or 2 times or whatever else to get the letters that you wanted. Okay? Yeah, it worked a bit better on something like the Vita, because you actually could go and select those letters out with your fingers and stuff like that. But on the original PSP, going and using the old, like, 9-number dialing pad thing, it was certainly a choice. Decisions were absolutely made there. Let's see, Potato Thief, because you just somehow, well, damn. That is a creepy icon you got for your profile there, but alrighty then. Anyway, let's go ahead. Yeah, old man who yells at clouds. All right, okay. We should probably get back on track on what we were originally talking about here. So, we were talking about progression, right? And talking about how the main reason that we were talking about Felseal in particular is a very specific thing when it comes to FFT that it sort of peters out around Chapter 3, okay? We have this moment where we get to Chapter 3, and now all of a sudden we previously had a case where, you know, we had all these classes we were building up, we were trying to get all of these new things built together, and then just like the progression dies, right? And also, I apologize if that was a noise. I managed to hit myself in the head with the controller. Because I am a dumbass, and this is confirmed, but we can go ahead and move on here. So, the thing that Felseal does differently is that it just never stops with the growing. Like, to this day, even when doing the Steam version, even when doing New Game Plus and whatever else, I still have not maxed out all of the classes on Kyrie there because there's just simply so many. Even your monster units end up getting multiple different classes. Even your unique characters end up getting a ton of different classes. Like, this hasn't even unlocked all the classes in the game. Your generics get even more classes considering that they get unique unlocks courtesy of like transformation items. So like being able to give somebody a class mark to turn them into like a werewolf or a lich or whatever else. These options are very, very extensive, and you get new classes over time, not simply from the usual unlocks, but for example, certain classes are still gated away through means of side quests, so you want to go and do those side quests. You have cases where certain characters are going to have longer side quests, so like the Lich. You have other ones that, for example, like the Beast Tamer and Wrangler, you'll be able to pick up a couple of them by sending people out on away missions, and you'll usually get those pretty quickly. You have some of the more standard ones that end up just kind of unlocking over time. Some of them have unique mechanics like the Gadgeteer, which, for example, are based off of your exploration of the world map, where there are items that are going to be hidden up on weird cliffs or under terrain that you might not be able to reach. Because, like, for example, one of them is just a random chest near the start of the game that happens to be located in the water. And okay, so you'll go put on some flippers on one of your units and go swim to the chest. They don't have the means to open the chest because they are currently in the water. They're swimming, sure, but they're in the water. They're not walking on the water. Okay, so you'll give somebody the ability to fly. Okay, but they still land in the water. You'll give them the ability to teleport, and they can teleport into the water. Okay, so what the hell? You eventually have to find somebody that has the ability to hover in order to physically walk over the water in order to be able to actually reach that chest. It's little stuff like that that's kind of scattered about all over it, and something like the Gadgeteer is somebody that would be able to go and get a bunch of unique items that expand their class strictly through that. Some of them are also exclusively opened up through things like crafting and what have you. And additionally, as far as a lot of your weirdly specific items, instead of needing to know where drops are, you'll basically pick up on, certain thing over there ended up dropping a certain drop, and so then you can go ahead and craft many of these things that you would otherwise have to go find in any of the game. Additionally, instead of being, let's say, immune to something, absorbing it, or having to remember which items nullify, which absorb, or whatever else, it's just the number associated with that element that'll determine these things. So like, let's say you have 50% reduction, it's just 50. Let's say you have nullification, it's going to be 100. Anything above 100 is a scaling bonus to your ability to absorb it. It's a lot easier to go and understand. Things like, let's say, the blood weapons that they added for FFT and War of the Lions, instead you have a bunch of different variations on this whole thing. Things like being able to equip parrying daggers, you can not only equip one, you can potentially equip two, and evasion is fairly hard to come by in this game. But effectively, all of these little bits and pieces just are so scattered about that it gives you fun stuff to play with. Like, for example, the half halberd over here is a way to say, hey, I have somebody that is able to, like, let's say use spears, and I want to combine an axe and a spear. Okay, you have that over here that allows you to have different variations where you're taking one spear category and technically converting it to a different category just for shits and giggles. So yeah, that's kind of neat. You do have some weird ones over here, like for example thorns. This is one that I've been asked multiple times to do a playthrough of Felseal using exclusively. That's currently kind of up there on the list of the top ones that I want to do. It's like Felseal Thorns, the Lobster on a Sailboat run, the Monster run of Tic Tacs. I'm basically going to have to possibly permanently shelf the Archer run of Tor just because of, again, there's like personal stuff. It's a long story. It's not really related to basically anything, but I'd have to restart that over on the Steam Deck, which I do have a save, like a casual run that's pretty close to that exact same point, so I might just pick it up at that point and continue it on from that. Whatever, besides the point though. So Thorns is going to be one of those things that was considered here, and it otherwise would have been fairly difficult to get a hold of on every class, because they'd have to go through a night, and in order to unlock the night, they would have to kill a bunch of stuff using thorns and whatever else. So to even get it, they would have to potentially do a bunch of weird shenanigans, but being able to craft a shield like this would allow it to happen right from the get-go. Okie dokie. Let's see what we missed here. It used T9 texting? Yeah, pretty much. Like it when it came out originally on that PSP, even to log in to PSN at this point, you have to enter something like, I think it's like a 22 long character string of a thing you have to have generated off of Sony's website, and you have to do this like manually using the old phone texting system. It's kind of great. Yeah, hidden, that's amazing. Yeah, no, there's just like a bunch of random hidden stuff all over the place. Like, I don't think, do I have the dude? They had a character from one of their other games. I don't think I've unlocked him yet, but there's like little statue tablets that you can interact with located all over the world map. And if you end up unlocking all of those and go to like a Stonehenge type situation, you get a extra boss fight and a new character from one of their games. Like they made a DS game before this. Additionally, if you have, let's say, the ability to throw items, instead of just having throw item, you instead dedicate a certain number of slots to their ability to throw things. And so, for example, 2 throwing gloves and the ability to put down, let's say, traps and things, mean that he's able to throw anything that's technically an object 2 tiles farther. So while its range is, normally here, now its range is much farther. So either way, that's nice. It's great to have, and you had some that are just way bigger fights or what have you. Let's see what's over here. We got a mark that's over here. So the huntable marks, these are kind of like some of the hunt missions from FFTA 2, where you had like specific boss units and just weird gimmick fights and what have you. Now, bear in mind, again, I completely don't remember a lot of the strengths of this particular team, so if I end up messing this up hilariously, my bad. So, let's go ahead and put you here. We got a Lich Mender. Let's go ahead and put you here. Reaver Mender, sure. Mender is basically White Mage, by the way, for those that don't know. I know this dog is an absolute monstrosity, because every time he went through another class, I went and put pieces of that class onto him, so he is just a freakish abomination at this point. It's also worth mentioning that the zombie mechanic, you know how the Mystic is able to bring back zombies or just turn people into zombies in FFT? Instead, we have somebody like the Anatomist over here, which technically the Lich does the same thing, so I'm not going to bother using him. But if, for example, you kill an enemy unit, and they still have the option to be revived, and you can prevent them from reviving by transforming them into zombies for your side. Like, that is how nuts this gets. It's pretty awesome. Okay, who else was actually using on this thing? Do I want to use the pulverizer? I guess so. These are kind of... I'm going to put one on here just to try and remember what they do. Because, yeah, it's been a bit of a while since I did this particular one. Okay, let's see what I missed here. Let's see, I remember this being extensive but not this huge, but it was huge. Yeah, that's the thing. The game is not crazy long, but it's a very branching type of game. So it's kind of the same length as something like Knight of Lotus, but it's paced out particularly well that you have regular stops to just kind of go and fuck around, and that's awesome. You have very FFT style spawns and maps where you'll just have situations where you'll stop by and see guest characters running into a weird like fight or whatever else. Let's go ahead and give you them these. Hey, Mr. Braxton, check it out, it's you. Also, you got thorns, apparently. He's just over there taking a nap. Alright. And over here. Braxton! Hi! What's up, buddy? Look at all mopey over there for. Sorry, knocked away my mic. Got some booty bumps from Mr. Braxton. Okay. You go over here. You go ahead and use your freakish movement range to go over here. This is lore accurate. Alright, we got some tyranny over there. Yeah, so you got cases where you can teach, like, let's say your monster to become the sort of a dominant pack leader and just force somebody into following them. Here, let's go ahead and give this guy a quicken. Give him a free extra turn. He's going to be exhausted, but that's fine. And you right there. We should hopefully be able to get some attacks off on these guys before anything even happens. By the way, if this music is way too loud, please let me know. Alright. Let's see, can we... We have 80% chance to just charm this dude. There we go. So he's gonna try and delete this guy's MP. And then hopefully once we get one of them killed off, that's when we can start transforming them into alternate variations here. Get Malevolence, we got Darkstorm, which unfortunately would be a bit of a problem for us. We got Nightmare. Good chance of inflicting poison, but that's fine. We got Rebirth and whatever else. She's gonna go Rebirth herself. She's got casting from health, basically. So we're going to go ahead and put that up there, because the MP system in Felseal, I should probably point out, works a bit like Tactics Ogre. MP is very limited, it builds up over time, and when it comes to several different things about it, oh, right, I have them on AI too. Right, let's fix that, actually. How do I exit out of here? Free navigation X? Goody. Good to know that those controls are completely different. Okay, you... How do I adjust you? Okay, oh, there we go. Right, because I changed it to where I could just go and set these guys. Okay, I set all my pulverizers to AI, and you set the AI from the actual field menu in most situations. But I set them to AI specifically so that I could just spawn them into a map. They just nuke the entire map and everybody goes home. Because the permadeath system that you have by default on the hardest difficulty in this one is that you get injuries on your units, and some of them can potentially go away. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, so the item system I was talking about earlier. So you end up crafting or making items over time, but this is just your permanent inventory. So, essentially, you build up your maximum amount of something, like it's XCOM or something, but like, let's say something like a Mana Stone, right? You end up having one of these. Now, you potentially can go up to a couple of these later, but depending on the skills on your units, you can expand this even further. So, like, let's say you have somebody that is a item specialist that also uses an ability that is, I think it was like something patented. I think it was like patented use or something. And so they would, for example, take a Mana Stone that normally does 10, they would then double it to 20, and then they would be able to use it in an AoE. But yeah, if anybody could please tell me if this music is way too loud, because it always tends to be, so let me know. Let's see, Chapter 4 of FFT now, playing it for the first time on Tactician, and yeah, I feel OP now. Part of that is special characters, Beowulf and Orlando. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, even running full generics, like, once you have even a dancer, you're already just so unstoppable that you really don't even need Midlight's Deep. And that's part of what kind of bugs me about it, because, like, with a lot of these sort of classic-style games, there's oftentimes this thing where they have all of this extensive side content and absolutely no reason to use it. As an example, like classic Tactics Ogre back on the SNES, you had the Palace of the Dead, a guaranteed 100-floor dungeon, right? You may want to go down there for some of the interesting fights. Okay, it's whatever. You have some interesting boss fights, I guess. a solid maybe 90% of the fights in that place simply involved going forward, like petrifying the entire team and making sure that nobody died. That was it. That was the entire fight that you were having there. Basically, nothing happened. Okay, you go, you fight a thing, you beat the team, you get an item drop, and it's like, okay, you get a wind god weapon now, you get a draconic spell, something like that. Drops wise, nifty. Everything else, kind of crap, right? Do we want to go for this guy? Because this guy's got a pretty decent crit rate. Bleed could be worthwhile here. Yeah, let's go for one of these, I think. Get your attack down. Didn't quite get the bleed I was looking for, but whatever, that's fine. You also have barriers in this one, by the way. So barriers are basically like, did you ever want a shield that specifically only prevents debuffs? Well, there you go. Additionally, water is just kind of water, which I guess in his particular case, it's probably fine. So what was actually running on this guy? Remember, we got Desperate Blow, we got Thunder Wave and stuff. I mean, might as well just kind of move them here-ish, because if he's in the water already, he can't drown him. There. I mean, it's poison water, so whatever. These guys are all land-based, so we might as well put some traps down. Let's go ahead and put a mooring trap. Let's probably pop that sucker right there, because they're probably going to walk through that area. So we'll go ahead and put one of them there. And by the way, as far as traps are concerned, it's just anytime somebody walks over a trap that they end up triggering, and they don't have to actually end their turn there. So that's always nice to have. Anyway, let's see. We got this. We got Kamikaze, and what's that looking like here? So that's really ineffective against these guys. So I'm thinking instead, we'll probably just go after one of these guys over here. Like this guy's weakened. We can probably put our back to this trap to not have as much of an issue. 100% chance of getting that barrier back up, though, so we don't want that. Alright, yeah, this guy is not particularly great for this fight, it turns out. Alright. Whatever, for the moment, we'll just go ahead and pop you back here. Just do their whole Sacred Bolt thing. If you're wondering why I'm kind of playing it safer on these guys, it's because a lot of these monster maps have a tendency to be kind of nutty. Alright, let's go ahead and pop you here. Do one of these. Just gonna cherry tap this guy a little bit. 98 isn't much, but it's something. Okay. They're currently doing fine. Honestly, this is better than I was expecting. Let's see, a smidge down wouldn't hurt, but it isn't necessary. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Because, yeah, the volume in this game has a tendency to be kind of loud, so that should hopefully sort it out. Apologies for anyone's eardrums up to this point. There we go. Okay, that should hopefully do it. Okay, so where were we? Mediator Ramza, 4 monsters was more fun for all challenges. Yeah, and that's because you got to actually see those monster skills and whatnot. Let's see, the audio helps me to be in the world of D&D. Fair enough. But okay, so going back to the previous point there, that was oftentimes the sort of issue that we would end up running into. That when it came to FFT, that I had a tendency to just sort of peter out, and it... Oh, wait, hold on. I might be able to get bleed going here. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to plan something here. I forgot if this guy has his jump move or not. It might be worth doing this guy just to get a bleed status effect going in this guy. He can't actually hit him with what he wanted, but these monsters' whole gimmick is that they fall asleep and become illusionists from FFTA. They just start mass spamming a bunch of different kind of mass party AoEs and whatnot. What does that look like on you? 128. Oh, that's that guy though. Just 84. 66. Alright, instead, I think what we're going to do is just... Oh, he's muted, so he can't panacea. That's what it is. Okay. Let's go ahead and chug a remedy, I suppose. And he needs to get out of the water, because he is one of the few that can potentially abuse his health bar to go insta-kill some stuff, so... go ahead and move you over this way. Hopefully bring further issues. Maybe we can use a bit of a trap back to do some stuff. Yeah, what they do is they throw out a spell, they fall asleep, and then they just start spamming those particular abilities through the air at that point. They're very weird monsters, and a lot of the monsters in this one are just really weird goobers, which is part of what makes it so fun. So let's go ahead and see... We got Dark Storm here, so this will hit everybody on the map. It won't necessarily stop all of them, but it could potentially put some of them into slow, and it could potentially wake up everybody else. There, some got slowed down. 50. Yeah, expect more counters out of that. Okay. Now they can put up all kinds of different shields and whatnot. Thankfully, not a crazy amount of that stuff coming out this time, but there is enough to potentially worry about. So you need to go over here. Quicken is, I believe, 3 times of range. Okay, so when you get within the range of the other guy, so that should be fine here. Walk through your trap. And quicken and leave your back to the trap. So he goes ahead and gives this guy a instant turn. Due to being damaged, he should hopefully be able to finish off one of these units, and then that should theoretically give us the ability to go bring one of them back as a zombie, at which point we've kind of just turned on the win counter for this one. 283, what about Reckless? 457? Yes. Beautiful. Can get rid of his MP, but that's perfectly fine. And then from there... there's a lot of things that this guy cannot do right now. Can potentially scratch this guy, can potentially scratch this guy, that'll get his barrier back up. I'm just gonna basically scratch that guy, I suppose. Gonna get our dog back in a little bit. Once he gets a chance to move, hopefully he'll get over his debuff here. Once he's able to move, yeah, looks like he's finally able to move. It's probably worth noting that you do have little counters on the UI that tell you how long certain debuffs last. Again, one of those things that would be quite nice in Tic Tacs, but for some reason they don't have on there. Anyway, one of the reasons that we specifically feed a kill to this guy is because of Rally, or Victory Dance, rather. So he gets a chance to, functionally speaking, roll like 5 debuffs on himself, or 5 buffs on himself, if he goes and does that. He can roll a bunch of debuffs on everybody else, he can potentially roll a bunch of buffs on himself, up to and including the ability to, let's say, have a guaranteed critical double damage ability to go off, so that's fun. That's potentially multiple KOs. No. Oh yeah, it's probably worth mentioning that guy self-destructs every time that he does that, and that focus over there is partially why we wanted that. So we don't have the MP for that out there. Let's see. Oh, this guy can come back with basically... yeah. There we go. He can come back partially injured. He should be able to do a pretty decent number on the sleeping guy. So you can just go ahead and stay right there. We can get some malevolence going. Let's see. Slow and poison. Pretty low odds, but probably worth doing. She does have the ability to bring somebody back, but we also have potentially somebody else that's able to do that. Poison might help, but maybe it's just better off to just revive somebody. You revive too. Go ahead and get the final pulverizer back, because he's going to have a turn pretty much immediately. Comes back at full health, should be able to do a full area sweep there. Alright. So it's only 94. It's 84. Reckless is not ideal, because he's currently not damaged, so we could potentially do more in other cases, but whatever, just go for it. Oh, hold on, sorry, I got busy rambling and apparently missed a bunch of things. What are we missing here? Mic is cutting out again. Let's see, the graphics look weird to me. It's a bit too good to be a browsing game, but it's like it's in a browser. That's the thing. Also, partially what you're seeing is because it's on a Switch, basically being played through OBS. Like, you have to realize the reason that it's like this is because the sheer amount of combinations means that they had to reuse animations quite a bit. So a lot of stuff tends to look kind of cardboardy. Like, you have to realize the next game that they did, they really, really, really took that to heart. So the animations look really freaking pretty on Pathbreakers. But at this point, they had basically no budget and a dream, so, you know, it is what it is. They did the best they could, and I mean, after you play it for a little while, you kind of just start appreciating the little things, like that little frog over there just hanging out in the box, or the fact that some of the tiles are weirdly slanted in ways that give you a kind of illusion of depth that you don't see on some other maps and whatnot. Let's see. Mic is cutting out again. Again, hopefully that is fixed at this point. See, it's not stylized, but it looks like Teemo stylized. Again, they did the best they could. Not cutting out anymore. Perfect. This is Felseal OST. It's just the game's music. Oh, yeah, no, it does that, yeah. See, art and plot is the game's weakness, which keeps me from loving it. Yeah, it's one of these ones that you really just got to care about the sort of puzzle box, as it were. Let's see here. Fire damage and grants rebirth. Get a 70 off of that one. We can potentially hurt that guy, which actually ends up helping us a decent bit. So let's see, 16, 32, that is barely anything, but Rekindle is Rekindle. I mean, this... Yeah, Turnabout will probably give us a bit more if we just do this. Like, we can just keep spamming this guy back to life. You can kind of double self-destruct. Okay, we got 232. He does have a really high crit rate, though, currently at 51, and he's guaranteed to double, so... There we go, 348, plus he has a chance to at least inflict bleed and poison. That's not ideal. Let's see. Get some pedaling over here. Painful traps might help a decent bit, because those are kind of a different kind of scaling. Can go ahead and just, quicken the dog here real quick. Go ahead and throw out one of those. Then from there, we'll have you stand right next to him. One thing that this one is kind of lacking on is when it comes to positioning and stuff, they went for a more your turn is your turn kind of system, so regardless of how far or how much you move, you always just get the same amount of turn until the next one. So there's that. Okay, almost enough to finish him off, so we don't quite get the boost there, unfortunately. It is what it is, I suppose. But we can go ahead and get him back at full health in a moment here. So he went to sleep. He does have bleed, though. So bleed can't quite finish somebody off. She's lacking in both both health and everything else. So, yeah, go ahead and throw this guy out there. We will have one unit that gets a turn, so hopefully she can walk away and get a little bit of healing going. So you might as well head over this way. Alright, you hit this guy, just go ahead and finish him off. Beautiful. Hit him with a freaking like granite globe on a stick. Technically, all we had to do was finish off that guy, so we're all good there. We get some upgraded warping shoes. I actually don't know what the Riftwalkers Plus do. We get Angel Tears, we get new Bulldrake portraits. I forgot about this. Yeah, you get new customization options every time that you complete one of these little side missions. So, like, you'll notice that some characters are walking around with, like, wings or wearing plot-relevant outfits or stuff like that. And additionally, we have influence points, which are used on basically customizing a local region. So when you end up going and, getting into a new area, you're basically operating at a normal level, but let's say you wanted to customize how many things end up spawning there, what types of things end up spawning there, like you'll notice right here, plus 10% chance to get the Bandit Kawa, which is something that allows you to farm kind of rare equipment. You get a damage boost, crit rate boost, defense boosts, and whatever else. Like when you end up going and upgrading an area as you're hanging out there, you can alter the different spawns and just kind of local area. Sometimes you use them for one thing, sometimes for another, and you can change how these spawns work as time goes on as well. Like, for example, down here, you can go and pick off crafting materials off of things just hanging out in the wild. So over here, I gained the ability for everybody to swim innately, and then doubled the gathering rate as well as increasing the crit rate, because that sort of helped for that region at that time. This one got additional gathering, but also got higher crit rates and drop rates and extra damage and what have you. So this doesn't work all the time, but it basically just means that when you're in that mode of just kind of building yourself up in a certain area, you have those options available to you. And now we'll go ahead and go over this way. And I accidentally made the plot happen. Damn it. Oh, actually, I guess it's just a plot event. I think this is for... Yeah, this is for vampires. So, yeah, a lot of the events just kind of happen like this, where just things sort of happen every now and then. There's just a gathering in the middle of the night at a cemetery. Like, oh, not so loud, they say, as the cops are standing right behind them. Oh, I'm sorry, that's basically the police captain over there. No worries, it's fine. So they're off doing shady stuff over here, which ends up making the Restful Stones a side quest event again. Also, we should probably save, because, you know, did some stuff. There we go, override this, and there we go. Okay. Yeah, currently there's plot events over that way, so what I want to do is, let's say, go to one of the easy maps. Like, let's say right now we have a bunch of units that are injured, and let's say we wanted to get them out of being injured. We might go to an area that, let's say, has a level cap, like you'll notice at the top there. It tells you how high a map can potentially scale. So if you do want to just abuse stuff for the purpose of, you know, improving some unit in a particular way, or if you just want to nuke an entire map for fun or what have you, you can just go patrol those areas. Again, the way that Tic Tacs did it is functionally speaking like this system. It's almost like they copied it in some ways. But yeah, sometimes you can just have funny things, like, let's say, just showing up with just a team of these guys over here. So the way that the permadeath system is working right now is that these guys are just getting weaker every time that they end up dying, and every time that they end up getting better, they will end up improving their stats a little bit, like every time that a fight goes by without them dying. So let's say we go ahead and put these ones out here. Also, if you're wondering why this guy's called Material Paradox, you can have a skeleton that just kind of spawns additional units every time they get a kill. So we can go ahead and kamikaze over here. We'll just go ahead and end their turn. You also go and end your turn. Oh, it's also worth mentioning, as far as these animations, if you want them to happen very quickly, you also can just sort of go into the menu and just adjust everyone's speed manually. So, like, let's say you wanted to make certain bits of animation go faster, like these are currently at 120% speed. If you wanted to speed up the sound, if you wanted to increase the ability speed, the walk speed, that kind of thing, everything is customizable, down to what the AI can equip, down to what they can spawn with. You can customize everything in this thing. So, for example, say you wanted your own custom modded run of FFT, you would be better off playing something like this, because mechanically you would end up having all of those same things. Realistically, you've already experienced the story before, so it's kind of a moot point. But now all of a sudden you can say, hey, I want everybody to spawn with, let's say, crafted gear, and want them to show up with classes that we haven't encountered yet, or want them to only be able to use the stuff that you have, that sort of thing. So, in this particular instance, we can just kind of go down here, go down to this, go ahead and just kind of explode, and there we go. Then the entire map disappears. Nifty. I have a feeling one of them has a flame shield, doesn't he? How dare you, the one counter. The one counter to this strategy. As he goes and heals the ones around them. Now, if there was one thing that this music reminded me of, there's certain soundtracks, or certain tracks over in the original Guild Wars that sound very similar to this. There we go. Let's see, this game is a better OST than I remember. Yeah, it's surprisingly good, and they actually did some remixes of it, and they even put them up for free over on, I think it was like their SoundCloud or something like that, that they were using as a temporary thing for Pathbreakers. So you might have noticed a lot of these tracks, if you watch any of the trailers, are basically getting reused for that one. So yeah, it's kind of neat that they will be replacing them with other stuff, but we just have a better remixed version of the soundtrack in the meantime. This is kind of nifty, you know? Okay, so let's go ahead and sort of see what's going on over here. Currently, the plot events are that left side of the map, and that fight is kind of difficult, and we're just going to not deal with that right now, but okay. We got you over here. Let's see, what do we want to do here? Yeah, you're going to go out. You're going to go out. Yeah, Cluck is pretty darn good. War Mage, Blade Doctor, what do I do with you? Oh, and I should also probably point out, party size is kind of a middle ground between FFT and Tactics Ogre. So, like, right now, this is one of the more kind of FFTA style type of deals here, where they've got certain bits and pieces that are going to be, let's say, fights that come in with, like, 6 unit count. We also can expand your unit count through a bunch of different ways. Let's go ahead and replace you with this guy. Sorry, I'm explaining this real badly because I just suddenly started, like, having hiccups, but... Okay, so your unit count can actually go up to 12 and potentially higher. Like, when I was doing one of the reviews for these games a few months back, one of the maps is a situation where you can start off with 12 and then immediately use double turns on somebody to go and secure a bunch of cages that have a bunch of neutral units. And you can turn those units to your side to then potentially have a fight that's something to the tune of like 15 versus 18 or something like that. So just kind of neat there. Anyway, let's see. You go ahead and double buff yourself, I think. Yeah, I love the way the buff systems work in this one. In many ways, there's some card game logic to it. We'll have him taking some additional turns in a bit of a moment. What I want is for that Kawa down there to have some traps around him, so... let's go ahead and pedal a few traps over this way. We don't have an alluring trap, but we can do a lacerating trap. Actually, no, a painful trap. So that's the one that's health scaling. So more than likely, he will attempt to move forward first, so we'll go ahead and pop that right there. It's nice and in the way. We'll have you go deal with this zombie, ideally. The zombies aren't usually that threatening, but they do have a bunch of debuffs attached to them. So that should be decent. He does have a critical rebirth, so basically a Dragon Heart. Oh, he went the other way. Whatever, that's fine. He'll go and use up one of their items. So, the way that this thing is paced out, the way that levels don't really necessarily matter nearly as much as your builds do, it has a very similar feeling to the way the Tor does, where it's always all about your builds more than anything else. So, like, let's say, in this case, we have a pretty wide disparity in terms of our units, but realistically speaking, when they're going up in level, you're making the numbers expand, but it's not really changing the overall map that much. You either have good builds or you don't. You have abilities to deal with certain targets or you don't. So let's see what we got here. We can get some trigger, we can get a sneak attack going. He doesn't really have good angles for a sneak attack right now. Can get an allure, 75%. You might get some boomerangs going, so we'll at least give that a bit of a shot. There we go. And now we'll go ahead and tuck you into this corner right here. He's currently sleeping. Just so you know, they're not really intentionally avoiding that trap. It's the AI can't really see where those traps are, like they'll land directly on them. But right now, it's just not advantageous for them to do so. Cool thing though is they did set themselves up for something here. So these guys are currently in a nice happy T shape. So one thing we can do is battle magic and infused edge, and what are these guys weak to? Fire and water. So we can go ahead and take that water bolt. Or no, fire bolt should probably be. Okay. Then we can pop that over in this direction, and there we go. Then fire that over there. We get a critical. We get the spells popping out of that right afterwards. Nice, convenient little magical shotgun out of what is effectively a start-the-game weapon. And again, the return of cool gimmick weapons is one of those things that I love about this. I should also point out that while it's tempting to do a custom difficulty for this one, very hard is a very satisfying difficulty for it. Again, it is properly balanced out for it. Going beyond that stuff does get a bit fucky sometimes, but again, you are creating your own custom difficulty. These are the risks that you will have. Okay. Let's see. It's a cool system letting you influence nodes like that. Yeah, no, there's a ton of cool stuff about this one. Like, you've got a bit of flavor of like the FFTA kind of a world building system, which, by the way, I want to point out, back when we were talking about FFTA there, one of the cool things about FFTA, like the way that you can put down nodes wherever, it's just, again, exploring that idea that kids have no idea where you're going in the car. I love that. Sorry, bit of a weird side note, but let's go ahead and talk back on these comments here. See, it's not illegal if the cops don't hear it. Oh man, it's illegal if... God, dude. Sorry, currently the wife's off visiting Chicago, and I got, like, videos of some of the stuff going on over there, and, like, just keep sending back messages like, please just don't go anywhere near anyone with a badge. Just like, I know most are going to be trying to do their job well, and then you see, you know, everything that's popping out of there. For those overseas, be thankful we are not in a good place right now. I'm not going to touch that subject any further. Moving on. All I'm going to say is back from actually the speedrun thing where someone left a bunch of very angry comments about like, oh no, you're misjudging stuff. I told you so, man. I told you this was coming. Anyway, moving on. Okay, let's see. This is the first tactics game where I just skip the cutscenes entirely for the gameplay. Honestly, fair. It has cute moments, but this one is just, you're here for the puzzle box. Again, it has very cool, like, moments every now and then, but that is what you're here for. Material Paradox looks like a koala skeleton. He's one of these guys over here. They're like, they're little turtle guys. They do little turtle guy stuff. But yeah, they're kind of like Goombas, basically. Like, they're in-universe Goombas for all intents and purposes, but they've got a bunch of weird builds that they can put together, including an undead variant that allows them to, let's say, combine in a boomerang that they can throw in from another class. And so they take this boomerang, they use it to take advantage of the fact that field damage, like, you know, bouncing against something, like physical direct damage hitting something, is going to be scaled differently from their stats. And so, like, let's say they take something that has a ton of really good defense or something, they smash those two things together, they both end up dying, and let's say they have a perk that allows them, let's see if this guy has it, no. They might have a perk on hand that allows them to instantly spawn an extra skeleton, an extra undead Kawa, to then... actually, wait, they might have it. No, they don't. Yeah, if they kill a unit, they spawn an extra copy of themselves. So they can clone themselves near infinitely using this. So, yeah. Like, again, this game's all about the cool mechanics. Like, you're here for the puzzle box. Once you start getting used to how the mechanics work, it just flows, dude. Also, this unit is pretty crappy. She's just kind of here because she's plot mandatory at times, and I wanted to get some new experience on her. So we'll just go ahead and do that. Rebirth. I want to make sure that somebody gets rebirthed here. She's probably fine. You are probably going to need a little bit of help. So we'll throw rebirth on you. I should also probably point out there's a bunch of ways to get around Rebirth in this one. It's, like, you know how it's a crazy, like, super ultra defensive build to have, like, let's say a Chantage build in FFT? What you do with Rebirth here is, oh yeah, you know what, we didn't arrest them, we didn't kill them, we had the bounty hunter arrest them. It's not technically a death, they can't be rebirthed from being thrown in jail. It's like, yeah, that's a fair point, actually. Or, you know, again, you kill them and transform them into something else. Like, a couple of the bosses have an ability that transforms them into crazy, like, scythe hand bug monster Hellraiser bullshits. It's great. What game is this? This is Felseal Arbiter's Mark. Essentially, this is what we had in terms of expanding FFT's mechanics for a good number of years, and to this day, I have gotten multiple comments this week of people going through the Evolus Chronicles and being like, you know what, I'll be honest, I missed a lot of the stuff that Felseal did. Like right here, you see how many points you have exactly on your D-Boss. You mouse over anything, it breaks down the formula for you to tell you how exactly that thing works. There's just a lot of cases where you're trying to completely avoid dealing with stats whatsoever, and that's really freaking cool. We've got cases of, like, this guy's got his item potency thing, which means that, for example, he can take this throwing rock that normally does 25 damage, he can multiply it up to... Actually, no, at this point it's upgraded to 50. That guaranteed 50 damage is its gimmick, that it doesn't check defense and it doesn't miss, and so let's say he uses his ability to double the potency of items to then double it up to 100 and then uses patented usage damage to then go and explode it in a circle. So it's like, I have taken this rock, I have Jesus it into a shotgun. It's just funny. Again, it's this just beautiful dance of various different mechanics that don't feel like they should work, but God, they work great. So yeah, it's good stuff, and I like it a ton. And yeah, like this guy over here, using his really high crit rate to go use a multiplier from attacking from the back to now then get a bunch of buffs and debuffs, reducing that guy's defenses and increasing his movement range because, again, we planned for this. Everything is a plan. Also, crap. They brought Shen back from the dead. Also, that guy has a grenade launcher. Damn. Apparently he can do that. Sure. Alright, that guy is temporarily on our team, but it's fine. He tried to do that boomerang bounce thing I was talking about from earlier. He's trying to bring back more undead units, but in this case, he's on their side. Oh, man. It's just, again, due to the fact that there's a smaller team, they could get real tight with the balance on this thing. So between the custom difficulties, between the being able to tweak, like, whether or not they use items, whether or not they use insta-kill mechanics, whether or not they do 100 different things, this gave you so many more options to play around with. You know, something like using this guaranteed critical over here, as well as a shield that only triggers with his counterattack thorns if he happens to need it. I'll just go ahead and use this, go ahead and get 1,000 HP off it. Because, again, he doubles all items. So he's just going to sit here and be evasive with his shield and everything else. A lot of the stats are also a lot easier to read in this particular case. You have everything just immediately ready to go. A lot of the basic stuff is pretty understandable. The resistances are right there for you. Your crit rates and evasion rates are just flat things that you stack on top of. They're very hard to get a hold of. Movement ranges are fairly limited, but movement modifiers are all over the place. Again, same thing for like throwing item modifiers and what have you. It's just, there's so many fun mechanics. This is just a beautiful board game to interact with, you know? Okay, let's see. What kind of nonsense can we do here? So I'm thinking... probably chuck some sleep powder here. Probably go around here-ish. See if we can maybe put these guys to sleep. These guys have any buffs? Yeah, this guy's regenerating. No chance of sleep on that guy. He's a restless zombie, I guess. These guys are not going to work for that. What about blind powder? Well, at the very least, you can potentially blind that guy. Whatever. Again, she is dramatically under half the level of like the entire team, so not really too much of a worry there. He should be able to dunk on this one, though, because, again, he's the one that's all about scaling for lost health. So delete, please. Thank you. And to my mind, this is, again, the way more satisfying version of the Dark Knight from FFT. We still have the lost health mechanic, we still have some interesting sword mechanics, but potentially it can mean so many other things. Like, you take his ability to scale damage off of everything else there, you combine it with that shotgun crossbow from earlier, potentially we have some stuff going on there. Also, wait, activate. Oh, apparently there's a hidden thing over there. So he's going to go ahead and activate that, and we have new items, apparently. I actually didn't even notice that before. Apparently there's an item hidden in the graveyard. Way more interesting, by the way, than move, find item. I'm just going to throw that out there. Because, yeah, maps, if you explore around, they will have hidden activatables to open up new areas, to potentially give you interesting movement puzzles, maybe give you a reason to stack multiple units to then climb some impossible place or what have you. Stuff is just interesting and varied and does neat things and whatnot, so I enjoy that a ton. There we go, there's that. That's the funny thing about Thorns. It's so easy to underestimate because it usually does so little damage, but then suddenly wizards just get shredded after an entire team triggers Thorns at the same time. Anyway, Infused Edge. And by the way, this can work with any spells that you'd like. So if you wanted to, let's say, just throw on a poison spell on top of your shotgun crossbow, you can absolutely do that. This guy's running Mystic Shield. This would allow us to get around it, so he's going to die anyway. I just want to check his immunities real quick. Yeah, this isn't going to do anything bad, so we'll just do that. stun. That guy's going to shield it with his MP, but because we attack twice, it does not do it. We can get around MP shields. Again, just fun with mechanics. I love it. We don't have to have a skill that just says, hey, I don't react to things. No, we have that, sure, but we also have means of applying multiple attacks to a single attack. It's nifty. So yeah. So you never played Guild Wars but trust you? I think it was like Golden Coast or something music. It was like this like dun 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 dun, and then it just like broke out into a thing that sounded very similar. And I specifically remember that theme because that's around the point where I just really plateaued and just sort of was done with that game. So there's that. Alright, let's go ahead and reanimate somebody. They've got some units over there. I don't want them reviving them, and I don't want them losing any of our people either. So, a lot of our guys are going to have rebirth so that they don't do the same thing to us, but we already took out their Lich. You're going to go ahead and move backwards, and now we have a pet zombie. That unit can no longer be revived because they are ours, and they are undead. Now, this does become plot hilarious when you see your leader transformed into a zombie, because nobody's really got immunity to this. But you can potentially create your own zombie horde. You can be the Nibeth you always wanted to be. And that's nice. There we go, using the bouncing mechanic over there. Charm finally wore off. We got a werewolf that's going to be a bit of a problem, but we'll get to that. They're starting to gain some advantages here. Thankfully, we're decently spaced out right now. I probably should have upped Barrage on her. Yeah, that one's got Boon, so that their next attack is a guaranteed crit. Let's see. Who can we get back quickly here? Yeah, you can go here. You can go ahead and use a cheap a Mirage. So Mirage is basically like a Tactics Ogre Evade, but it works for everything. Right, they're not exhausted anymore, but they do have a good bit of evasion. This means we can reset their turn pretty soon, so if they get it knocked into critical, they will have another turn again. So you go ahead and use Mirage, although you do have an Assassinate. Let's see. Can you do anything good hereabouts? Because this Werewolf, while they're not really the biggest priority right now, that bird up there is. She can't really do much about that guy. Blind, Poison, and a decent hit here. Sure. So this is a thing that only does decent damage from the back. Like, her stats are awful right now, again, because she's dramatically lower than everybody else. Honestly, I kind of gimped myself by even having her on the team. Should have raised her up some other way, but whatever. Just over here being a dumbass again, as you do. So there's that. Also, let's go ahead and double-check a thing real quick like here. Still good over there. Okay, we've got double focus. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot about the focus. So if yeah, if she gets the focus, that is going to be a guaranteed critical, which can apply to anything. Which means that she now again has a guaranteed critical on her shotgun crossbow as well as these spells there. Go ahead and open this. Found a blood crest, so we unlock the werewolf there. Transform somebody into a werewolf. Got a potential back attack on you. Yeah, the angles are not great on that one. This guy could be a problem. I think it's basically a guaranteed kill if we go after this guy, though. Let's see. What does that look like on you? Just 172, because she doesn't have a back attack on him. Alright. Let's see. You've got a weakness to fire, so we can probably exploit that pretty good. Yeah, just barely awkward angles. If she could just get to here or something, that'd be something. Okay. You go ahead and go here. This guy's got a fire weakness too, so both are going to be something. Also, her crit rate is normally like 70%. I forgot to set that up earlier. Let's see, you're a 292, potentially higher. You're a 302. She gets muted as a counter. I feel like this one's probably the scarier of the two. Also, missing isn't exactly ideal. Oh well. honestly, that's fair. Just like drops her feet like, man, I fucked up that. In fact, that fucked that up real good. Alright. Alright, and there goes our lich, unfortunately. But that right there is the problem with Boon, because you have this case where it'll just kind of keep stacking, and this is why those birds in particular are a pretty massive threat. As they will just like boon and boon and boon and boon and boon as they get it, like kill after kill after kill. So that can stack up pretty darn quickly. Who's even left on the team at this point? Just Snake? Well, I think it's safe to say this one probably isn't going too well. Anyway, while this is all playing out, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Alright, let's talk more about this kind of class mechanics in general. So, there are a few things from FFT that didn't quite kind of make it to the other ones to some degree, and it's, funnily enough, probably part of the reason that I love the Orator so much in Tic Tacs there. So, the Orator is kind of an interesting one in terms of just kind of like talking people down and convincing them to not use their abilities and whatever else, and that fun little pacifist approach. It's not like it doesn't have analogs, but it is one of these ones that you very rarely see in anything outside of, like, you know, a Fallout game or something. It's just, you don't really oftentimes see a negotiator of various types. And what's funny, though, is that this technically did still exist in something like Tactics Ogre Reborn. It was just a lot more balanced, and that you actually had to go and damage the thing before you ended up going and, you know, getting your 40% odds to just tell somebody to join your team now, which made a lot more sense. Honestly, it's, I guess stuff economically must be pretty darn harsh that folks are willing to be condemned by their entire local everything just because somebody promised them a better life for 5 seconds. So, I don't know. But either way, trying to think, like, come to think of what would be the sort of local variant of that here. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's see, so we got our dudes here, got our different classes. So, do we have anything that would be roughly similar? I mean, I guess we kind of got the vampire in a sense. Like, there's somebody that's able to have a really high chance of charming somebody. So I guess that kind of counts, but it's not really the same thing. I mean, as far as getting people on your team, you do, was it the Wrangler or was it the Beastmaster? It was the Wrangler. Okay, so, like, the Wrangler does have a similar kind of vibe to it. Where the hell were they? There we go. So their tame ability, it only works on monsters, so you can't really, like, directly recruit people, but you also don't have to, because you can recruit whatever the hell you want from the shop. It would be kind of busted to be able to completely recruit a character out of nowhere. So you can recruit only monsters. So this works with most monster types, including those phoenixes that you saw on the team earlier. But this is going to have a very low chance of success. Like, it's roughly like 4 or 5%, depending on a few different things at the very start, and this can go up to like 40-50% once they're at basically no health and completely kaput for all intents and purposes. But even then, we actually get a cooler version of this, that instead of just recruiting them, we have cases where they put them into a frenzy, where they improve all their offensive stats, but this improves every single monster unit on the field. Like, everything about this unit is just essentially leading a team of monsters, as it were. You've got Calm, which will remove offensive buffs. Increases mental buffs, reduces physical offense buffs. We get attack up in mind after being targeted by anything offensive. We got heal, which will teleport any monster to somewhere nearby them. We've got a Beast Whisperer here, which is a really high chance to just convince a monster to work with you temporarily. Whenever a monster falls, they gain a 10% bonus to their speed for the duration of the battle, up to 40%, which is just kind of wacky, because they potentially can go and tame multiple other monsters with this. Let's see, a character can remove a currently deployed monster, cannot be a water tile, and replaces it with a non-deployed monster unit. They'll retain the same HP and MP of the removed unit. So if, for example, you needed some new mechanic and you had other monsters in your roster that would suit the job better, they can just bring them right in. Skirmish, they can make another movement of one after taking an action, so just like a free bonus action at the end. We've got a hunt here, so let's see, 1.5 times damage to monsters and reduce damage to non-monsters. Counts as regular attack. We'll use the equipped weapons, element, and debuffs. And because it counts as a regular attack, potentially that means, you know, it has different implications depending on the defensive profile that the thing's looking at. You got stuff like Quicken Monster, which can immediately give a unit a free turn, which is similar to what I was using on the other guy over there. It's just only for monsters there. Or we have something that we also saw come back later on in the Rad Codex games with attack, so all allied monster units execute a regular attack that bypasses counters in their current direction. So if, for example, you have somebody surrounded by dogs and just order everybody to attack, that thing's toast, which actually is probably incidentally what we should do with this fight over here. So let's go ahead and look into it again. Yeah, in this case, you have an autosave right before your last fight, so even though you are kicked back to the main menu, you don't have like a full, proper, like, you know, reset to start a fight type option. This is a good secondary. So we got this here. Duelist Beast Master. I mean, he does have a revive, I suppose. Also, we have swords that increase spell range, which is just kind of neat. Gambler Peddler, yeah, we already had that. We got the Lich Mender. Reaver didn't really do very well here, but I would like to... Here, let's have you. Who didn't I have? Those Wrangler. Yeah, there we go. That was your whole shtick. That's why you're the one with the spear and everything. Here we have our... No, not you. You're kind of mediocre. Would be kind of funny if those abilities worked with a werewolf, but it doesn't. Okay, we got Hamilton, we got Bradford, we got the Butt Dragon. That could have worked pretty well here. What's your crit rate like? 12%? Let's just go with, I think, the original Pulverizer. There we go. Maybe Barchetta? Yeah, this is all flat ground there. They're going to do real badly over here. Got the Ham Beast. This guy's got some freaking offense on him, though. You know what? We'll do that. We've got our Shivs. They've got great defense, but maybe not for this situation right now. Then again... Yeah, get Rainer out of here. I need this guy. Alright, let's go ahead and get this thing started. And continue on from there. Alright. So, first of all, wrangling you. Just go ahead and get some buffs going on Mr. Doggo over here. Mind Plus doesn't really help us here, but that's fine. So I should probably mention that card trick that he's doing. It has the potential to boost multiple things at once. Alright, next up, let's go ahead and get some traps going. Pedaling, get a painful trap over that direction. Not to mention, I can't even put into words the kind of oddly specific joy of being able to see a character equip their spear and their shield at the same time. It's just so rare. It's so needlessly rare. Okay. Let's see what we should be able to do. Let's get you to boomerang bounce this guy. That'll knock him back into the trap, which will do a pretty significant number on him. And then you should be able to go over this way and hopefully finish him off. Not quite. Maybe just delay him for a little bit. Nah, probably worth it. It's going to prevent him from moving for some time. There we are. And yeah, I think we'll probably be calling it a stream here relatively soonish, while I technically could stay for a little while longer. That coffee from earlier is finally starting to show some signs of waning, and maybe it'll actually be possible to get some sleep. I don't know. We'll see how that all plays out. Worth an attempt to try and tame this guy. So default odds here are going to be 5%. That's not too ideal here. High chance of success at getting this guy on our team, though. We've got a pretty good attack coming on him, though, so maybe not. Let's see, might be able to hunt him. We do have a back attack on him. Not going to help us much, though. These guys have potentially valid attacks, but I would like to reposition this guy. So, go ahead and quicken you. Moved out of the way here. We got a werewolf over there. That guy's just getting all his health back, so it's not really worth focusing on that too hard. Dealing with that guy might be the better option. We've got the shotgun crossbow coming up that I would expect to be able to sweep this area pretty well. How do we guarantee that? Actually, if you potentially go and dominate this bird, then they might be able to go focus on the vampire and such off in the background. Could give us a bit more freedom over here on this side. Yeah, 76%. Just do it. Ah, missed. Missed. As you do, I suppose. Alright, how do we... I mean, he's gonna be... I can't re-up his thing here, because he's gonna be exhausted for the time being. So exhaustion is just your way to not repeatedly sandbag stuff. Or not necessarily sandbag, but just your way of repeatedly making sure that you're not spamming the same unit over and over for one quick sweep. So yeah, they get exhausted until their turn comes naturally, and then once that turn ends, then they stop being exhausted. Alright, so you go ahead and flirt with this one. So that gets them going. Counter bleed's kind of whatever. You take your shotgun. Head over this way, and I'm hoping Material Paradox will be able to do some nonsense here. So we've got a few options. We've got our multi-shot. I don't remember if she's got versatile. If she doesn't have versatile right now, that would allow this to crit, and it's not really something that she's built for anyway. I just figured I'd take a look. But we'll go over here, go to Infused Edge, get some Firebolt going. That's at least decent. Yep. Some decent numbers, if nothing else. Nothing to reanimate. Let's see, Darkstorm is gonna be somewhat mediocre here. Ends up healing 2 of them. 3 of them. Okay, it's gonna heal a lot of them, actually. We've got potential for mass sleep, though. Let's go ahead and see how this plays out. So we've got our Malevolence, we've got our Nightmare. Feels like a net negative overall. Okay. Let's say instead... we can't revive an enemy in this particular case. Man, this pig guy is really slow too. And the one thing that we can potentially maybe get is a Dark Locus over on that werewolf, but I don't think she can actually reach. Oh, I guess she can. Okay, also one more thing I should probably mention, just kind of comparing this with Tic Tacs. One of the benefits that we see from individual scaling on all this stuff, rather than, for example, what we saw with Tactician mode, was that because it isn't that direct, like just scaling up and scaling down and then whatever else kind of thing, we see a situation where abilities that otherwise might potentially kind of end up dropping off or whatever else have a better chance to be useful in the long run, right? Let's see, rolling 2 random buffs. Yes. Well, mine didn't renew. That'll work. Not perfect, but it's something. But as an example, like, let's say somebody has no offensive stats whatsoever, they can still potentially use the damage that they're getting from, let's say, physical type stuff, like taking advantage of stuff on the map itself, or potentially might use stacks of debuffs to scale up a particular map. Just lots of stuff that would typically be card game type of logic, and that feels good. So, I'm personally a really big fan of that kind of balance. Like, at least when it's handled with care. There are certainly situations out there where that can get taken away and then quickly turn into just kind of a bit of a mess, but in this particular case it worked out. Alright, so let me go ahead and double check how their stuff works. It's also worth noting, quality of life-wise, the fact that you can just use your alternate stick to just go and look through all their skills, read what everything does. It's just great. Let's see, once per character and only on solid ground. Well, in that case, you go ahead and move over here, you go ahead and smack by this dude, and hopefully he's got a 100% chance to hit. 91%. I don't necessarily want to risk that, so instead we're just going to go ahead and take a stone and go ahead and rock their world. Why not? There we go, take a bit of healing from that stone, and we get ourselves a free buddy. So, now we potentially have the material advantage here. This one is currently charmed, this one is not. Lich is almost toast, so we might as well just go finish him off to get our buffs. I just got the double there. We've got Snapback, which could do the trick. Yeah, we also still have the classic of just like being able to bypass finishers, so in this case they just kind of ambush them from the other side. Get some stuff going. Mirage and Boon. Okay, so he has one kind of infinite everything shield, so he's immune to one attack, and then also he's guaranteed critical next round. So he's definitely getting sped up at the soonest possible opportunity. Beautiful. Alright, yeah, I think this one's definitely tilting towards a win right now. Okay, never mind. My dude that was about to go speed them up just got turned into a snack for a vampire, so they got eaten. That's what Blood Trophy basically is. Alright. Oh, that's not great. Okay. I'm gonna get these controllers backwards. He's charmed. That is a problem. We gotta deal with that right now. Go ahead and get remedied right out of that mess. There we go. See, if people wanted to see more challenge runs of this thing, you have no idea how much I would absolutely love doing runs of this thing. It's like, whatever weird challenge runs you have in mind, I would absolutely love that. I suppose I might as well quicken this guy. He's so frickin' slow. I was kind of tempted at one point to just start doing runs of all kinds of random indies and just sort of deal with the inevitable being deleted by the algorithm and then hope somehow somebody clicks something wrong and then it goes away. I don't know. But it is what it is. 290, that's probably decent. Yep. Conveniently also, because of the way that the Kawa ability works, what they say, and the whole switcheroo thing, is that if a unit is taken out, they will go and replace them, or somebody else will end up joining the team. The fun thing about this is that technically this doesn't kill them, so you can basically turn one of their units into two of yours. So their unit dies, you reanimate the dead one as a zombie, and then you replace them with a Kawa anyway. So we've effectively cloned units. It's fun. Alright, just go do whatever. Like, these, don't get me wrong, these cloned units are not necessarily very good, but they are going to take aggro that the rest of the team does not need to be dealing with. So that's always nice. Let's see what our situation's looking like here. So we still have that Lich around somewhere, don't we? No. Alright. This one that's charmed, they're going to stop being charmed pretty quick. So your character will be protected from taking any kind of direct damage by having the target take their hit instead. Can I go ahead and have this vampire do that for you? Apparently not. Okay. For some reason I thought you couldn't do that. soul-sucking moves. I'm thinking the boomerang bounce is probably going to do the most here. 153 over there. We got 139 over here. Yeah, this has a chance to poison, but that's kind of nothing. Although... Swarm Strike, I forgot about this. This is something that scales depending on how much you have something surrounded. Right. Oh, Dark Breath. What does that look like on you? Chance to... I forget what that one is exactly, but it does have poison with it. Might as well. Ended up missing both, but oh well, it was worth a shot. And unfortunate timing for a Soul Suck there. Got a slow out of it. Her counter didn't... Actually, no, her counter isn't relevant to this one. There's actually one more thing I forgot to mention, which is that when it comes to your counters, they will always go off if they can. So there's no, like, chance for this or that. They just always happen. This is looking okay. Not exactly amazingly promising, only on account of that big meat guy being so dang slow. See, music is louder than your voice? Well, shoot! Let's fix that. It's always hard to tell. There we go. How's that? How we doing? Hopefully it's a lot easier to hear now. I apologize if it's been all mumbly for the last, I don't even know how freaking long. That happens sometimes. Yeah, when it comes to the audio balancing for this one, it's potentially questionable. Okay, apparently everyone is still up on the field right now. Someone injured, could use some help. The zombie's in pretty good shape right now. Probably makes more sense to go full potion this guy right now. Just because he's currently doing a pretty decent job tanking, it's better. Better or like actually fixed, because that's gonna be a thing. So we're just gonna go ahead and do a quicken on this guy. Oh right, oh shoot, I just wasted that turn because he's exhausted at the moment. Dang it. Yeah, now I realize why I never use this guy. They are strong, but holy crap, they're slow. Heavy pot yourself then. It's decent and kind of get you out of the way here. And I think that's part of the other reason that this one's, like, despite technically being a game that is a decent bit shorter than something like FFT would be, due to the pace, due to how much ebb and flow a lot of the fights have, I feel like oftentimes this is one of those games, kind of like One Vision, where oftentimes you'll just sort of sit down and maybe get one fight in. Like, granted, in something like Tor, getting multiple fights in, that ends up being a good thing on account of just how many fights there are in that thing. When it comes to something like FFT, it has so surprisingly few that it kind of works against it in a way. I kind of feel like that's why there's been a lot of comments over the probably like last week or so where folks just ended up wrapping it up within a day or two, and they're like, wow, there's just so few actual so few actual fights in this thing. It's just like it ended as soon as it started. And yeah, it certainly feels that way. I'd say the music and your voice are about the same volume now. Well, shoot, hold on. Alright, first of all, let's adjust this. Second of all, let's adjust this and this. Right, how are we doing now? Hopefully a bit better? Yeah, if I was on the PC version, it might read it a little bit better. Yeah, let me know where we're at, hopefully. Unfortunately, it is a little hard to tell right now because I basically... So the way that this records right now, since I am using the Switch version, it's a case where it is essentially recording through an HDMI thing to, to OBS, but then OBS essentially has to listen to itself in order to then get the desktop audio for this whole situation. So, yeah, it's kind of a bit of an awkward system, but it's what we got. So, yeah. Alright, Smush. He's got a club, chooses to punch it anyway. He's just like that. Now, I'm hoping... okay, just went for a poison. That's fine. Please stay by the Wrangler. I always want to make a Wrangler and name it Dodge. Alright, 42%. Roll it. Failed. Alright. That's a shame. It's also worth noting that any unit that you get, I didn't show this earlier, but you can... Yeah, can hear you properly without straining out. Yeah, again, sorry about that. The audio mixing in this game is a little bit kind of all over the place, unfortunately. Again, they did the best they could. It's just whenever doing videos or whatnot, you will occasionally see stuff like that. But I would absolutely love to do runs of this one on a regular basis if anybody would actually show up and look at it. Because I love this game to pieces. Doing challenge runs of this one, we could probably start off with stuff like Thorns and then just kind of go from there. Because there's a lot of potential. Anything from like monster runs due to just how many things Wranglers and such can do. Like we've got any number of just like weird challenge runs and whatever else. It was a catfish only one that Vale was recommending a while ago as just a really mechanically dicey one. It's just there's a ton of options and it would be great to explore them, and it's just like nobody would realistically probably show up to watch a single thing of it. And that's a shame because really like this game deserves more of an audience in my opinion. But, alrighty. Let's go ahead and bounce you into the dude. Beating this guy is how you end up getting some additional pumpkin options as well for your units. Yeah, I'd have a feeling if we did end up doing more, kind of like more regular videos on this whole thing, like more runs and what have you, we'd probably see a situation where more of it would have to, we'd probably have to use less in-game audio. Or rather, less, like, in-game music and whatnot. Because part of the problem that we run into is because, yeah, every other track is just, like, really high or really low. And then they have a tendency to have a lot of ebb and flow on top of that. Let's see. It's odd, the music level reducing with attack means that when we can hear you, the music seems like it faded out. Yeah. They did the best they could, but, you know, it was basically like a two-person team making this thing, so you get what you get. Okay. We're in a decent position at this point. Trying to think whether it makes sense to try to get one of these guys switching sides or what here. Technically, he could just go and try to finish off this Plague Doctor guy. His spear is actually a pretty decent weapon. Additionally, yeah, it's also just kind of funny to me, like, looking at this. These guys managed to figure out move MP without going and just deleting deleting your turn or your ability to cancel things. Alright, here's what we do. You give a monster quicken to you. Yeah, the difference between Monster Quicken and regular Quicken, by the way, so while Monster Quicken only works on monsters, it is going to be a little bit cheaper. Like, that 4 MP cheaper means that it can be activated basically every turn, whereas the other one is not so much. And also, this guy is dropping a nice casual 400 at this point, which technically might be critable into something even better. So, go over here, see what this looks like. Only 250. Okay, well, whatever, just take the win. I'm going to get rid of their focus. What do we get? Attack plus and a defense down. Beautiful. Alright, you get to go there. His health situation is a bit beyond dire. Also, I need to keep remembering that this guest guy has the swarm attack there. So when you do the swarm attack, everybody around just turns around and takes a swipe at someone. So really should be making better use of that. Alright. Do the bounce. It's at least something. Yeah, as long as this one's able to move somewhere, we can at least also get a few other things going as well. Alright, so you go ahead, do the malevolence thing, do some reanimation. Get us even more zombies. Just get more of a meat shield going. It's like right now, this whole board is looking pretty good. Like, while the zombies are not necessarily very, well, smart units, they do a pretty decent job of clogging things up. And that's currently what we need. Oh, get out of here with your rolling 2 focuses at once. Are you kidding me? 193... Or 158 and 183. Yeah, just do that. Alright, let's see. Playing FFT, thinking about giving TO another try. There's also Menace on the Horizon, different game, and also cool strategy. Also Unicorn Overlord. Yeah, Unicorn Overlord is amazing. Tor was the first few hours of the stream, just talking about how freaking amazing that game is. Dude, I love Tor. Like, genuinely one of the just greatest remakes I've ever seen of anything ever. And just explaining why so many of the changes are absolutely genius. Just, it's funny how there are so many layers to why so many of the decisions got made there that it just genuinely takes a while to explain a lot of things. It's like, especially where you get like, oh, you know, I used to be able to choose when I put on my... like, let's say, you know, when I could go and turn on my evade on my hoplite, it's like, yes, you could. But also, that hoplite used to be so much slower because it took them so dang long to get their skills going. They, you know, just turning on the evade ended up slowing down their next turn, potentially putting them into a vulnerable spot. They couldn't get access to a lot of their equipment. The class had to be retrained from scratch once you got to Chapter 4. You had a case where a lot of their weapons just didn't hold up whatsoever. Like, just like layer on layer on layer on layer of just like more and more bits and pieces. It's just, it's good stuff. It's just great to see that it's back, you know? Anyway, let's get you over this way. I probably shouldn't have put her into such a forward position, but whatever. We'll see what the outcome is. Yeah, 'cause she's going to get herself whacked right there. That's fine. Okay, he doesn't have the cloning thing, thankfully. Yeah, so if you can get some of these guys taken out to get more clones, that'd be pretty nice. That's fine. That loses our big guy. Honestly, I'm... Oh yeah, I forgot I put Rebirth on him. Whatever, that's fine. Get one guest here, get one of you there. Double fire weakness. If we had some way of maybe purging some buffs on this guy, that'd be good, but for now I think we're just going to settle on damage. Do one of these, get them down relatively lowish. Okay. Of course, they'd go for the rock. Okay, so as long as you... Yeah, you're not going to go for that one. You're going to go for the for the dude guy. Yeah, that's actually another cool combo you see the AI use. I know I personally forget to use it all the time, but yeah, Precise Strike plus Boon is you just take a guaranteed critical, you then use that in combination with a guaranteed hit, and you can get some wacky numbers going. So bye-bye focus, hello 740 critical. This guy refuses to die, and I keep forgetting that. Alright, fine, fine, fine. Right. It occurs to me that quite a lot of the units on the map are currently gone. And that guy is why. Okay. So I don't have any ways to revive with this guy. But potentially... Yeah, he's already got his rebirth back in. What the hell triggered that? Might be able to boon something absurd out of this guy. So if he rolls like a rebirth or something... Where they keep going for the other units, like that guy. This is still theoretically possible. Okay, yeah, it's not anymore. Okay. Whatever, we'll start that again. Yeah, they're off reviving new units already. Goody goody. Mr. Guest, if you could do a little bit of assisting, that'd be great. They're gonna go steal MP, I suppose. I mean, there's a small chance, I guess, if they're going to keep doing that. Although the other guy's right behind him, so... Oh no, he just went for the cripple. Weird. Okay. Alright, well, he can't snap back because of cripple. So snapback would have allowed him to just go and eat this guy. He can go and get this one, though. Which is great and whatnot, but does it give him rebirth? No, it gives him Mirage. Like, getting Mirage rebirth probably would have been the most ideal thing. So that's half of it anyway. Right, he gets his focus. Yeah, that's partially why that guy's build is how it is. He's got really high crit, he's got bleed and poison on hit, and then additionally, he ends up getting his focus every time that he's hit while he's critical. I mean, this could just maybe work. It's a definite maybe on it, but if the zombie probably goes for the one right nearby him, which he will. Okay, fine. You know, that is what it is. Now, if we get something great out of this... Because he would have to roll that crit. He's currently at 26%. Don't think he's even got much of a chance on anything else. This one, maybe. Okay. So that's another one out of here. Barrier only protects from debuffs, so that's not going to help us there. Yeah, very little chance of this one actually working out. Yeah, there we go. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, that's why you gotta pay attention to all the little turtle guys. Alright. Give this another go, because why not? I think possibly having him here might be the better way to go. Yeah, traps ended up working well. Reanimation worked reasonably well. Maybe we get the Reaver back in here. Possibly... I mean... Okay, these zombies did take a lot of hits, so it's definitely worth having them. Braxton's basically a shoo-in for this one. Yeah, Gambler Wrangler was a solid choice. Hellblade Samurai, not so much. Honestly, second dog seems the way to go. Because, yeah, one of the problems that we're running into is simply how long it took for the big guy to act. Like, he was not in any rush whatsoever to get going anywhere. Okay, dog's gonna be acting first. Maybe get some boon or something, some boon focus. Okay, gonna whiff entirely. Fantastic, great start. Have you move over this way. All right. Gonna go same setup as before. Go ahead and set up a painful trap over this way. Alright, beautiful. Now, Short's not anything terribly impressive, but he's doing some numbers at least. Alright. Dude's name is Cuddles. Okay, so, got you back. And at this point, I would like to see this dog going and hopefully tearing apart the werewolf and vampire over there. Because as good as he is, and as scary as these Kawas are, let's see, the little turtle guys here, there's not really too much we're going to be able to do with them as of yet. I think I'm probably more worried about this guy, and he's got lower health anyway. And he might potentially be within insta-kill range. Just barely not. Well, that's a shame. Alright. Instead of doing all that, go ahead and get another painful trap going. Have a feeling they'll... Yeah, just pop it right here and hope for the best. Also, I forgot to mention this earlier, but yeah, some of your characters, if you give them quick hands, they're able to activate map props and stuff like that without actually having to end their turn or take an additional turn. So for stuff like that, he's able to go interact without any additional shenanigans, which is darn nifty. Okay. We don't have anyone down right now. It's probably worth rebirthing you, because you've got a lot of health. I mean, granted, it's probably worth rebirthing the entire team, but I don't think there's going to be much time for that. Okay. So, alright, Beastmaster's whole shtick. They're basically like the Pokemon trainer from Smash Brothers or something. They'll go do a bunch of various types of abilities depending on who they carry with them, and then they build up a roster of passives depending on what those were. Like, I didn't really mean to hit that guy, I just kind of hit the wrong button, but now he's going to passively regenerate health. Go ahead and smack this zombie, I suppose. Alright, that's technically something. I don't even know if I... Okay, well, he's got a great crit rate, at least. Alright, various debuffs on a target. Do that. Love how it's just like various debuffs plus also bleed. Being hit by the bleeding mushrooms. Oh. Okay, well. Apparently it failed and gave him renewal as well. We're off to a great start here. But yeah, whatever way this particular attempt ends up going, I definitely need to go and call it after this one. It has certainly been more than long enough. But at this point, it's just pure stubbornness that keeps it going. Alright, Darkstorm, that's going to be potentially mass slow on the entire group. But thankfully, because he casts from his health pool, that Lich has a tendency to burn himself down real quick. And additionally, we can use that zombie to burn them through their items. Counter steal. You're gonna lose your turn. Hopefully we can get that guy shut down pretty quick. Alright, that's Rainer gone, but we'll get him back in a moment. Alright, that's survivable. Perfect. Alright. We got 2 revives, so who can we get back quickly? Rainer is probably worth throwing out back here. So he did reset his momentum and everything else. Due to item specialization, he's going to come back with additional health. That's one of those benefits you get. Oh, I hate that ability so much. Yeah, for those ones, they just kind of hang out in the back and then just repeatedly spear somebody over and over. So that's a bit of a problem. Alright, so instead we get Revive 2, we get Braxton back up on his feet. He'll get his turn anyway, we'll get our dudes going anyway. I need to go recharge her at some point because she's burning through her health really quick. But we got this one over here that needs to go. Is anybody else low to any degree? No? Alright. It's a bit of a shame they had a chance to go heal up the other one. Either way, that's one of them gone. Alright, Res Renew, not really anything to write home about, but it's something. Alright. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Yeah, Reckless on you is almost enough to take him out. Should be able to take him out with the next guy. 1 stone is guaranteed to do the trick. No rebirth, so he's just gone. And probably worth moving you way back here so that you're not as threatened anymore. And additionally to get some additional health. So it's also worth noting that rather than scaling off a particular health amount, your kind of like move MP up, move HP up, those sorts of abilities, they actually scale based off of how many tiles you move, which is kind of neat. Right, what do we got for Phoenix Ashes? Nothing. 1 heavy pot, and he'll go ahead and take that item from over there so I don't forget it, so that we have access to that class. Gonna open that up. Not that that's really the main thing that we're here for, and we probably can make one anyway, but at this point, might as well. Alright, they're starting to do the whole sweep thing from before, but there's at least a few things in place. That one's also getting rebirthed. Then he has a chance to hopefully go do something. This guy's a little bit unproven, but I'm hoping he can maybe roll some crits or something against this one. Wow, that's a whole lot of nothing. We got a mass heal. So he inflicts a number of random debuffs on a single target, ignores evasion, but has a small chance of backfiring. Okay. Chance of doing sleep, do that. Alright, well at least one of them's out of commission. If nothing else, he can at least put them down for now. Oh my goodness, stop with that fucking ability. Yeah, that one is really kind of annoying, because when you get them on anything that moves, and they repeatedly can land behind somebody and get all the bonuses associated with it, oh, they will cheese it like nobody's business. Alright, let's Let's get some zombies going in here to take some aggro. These are basically infinitely re-raising zombies, so that'll help us out there. And additionally, you should be able just to poke this dude in the back so that he's finally not spamming everybody this whole time. Okay, that's not going to work. What about a stone? Can you stone? Yes, but what if better stone? Or for that matter... What if... What if friend? Alright, not really the best time for a 80% chance to miss, but alright. That's cool too. Alright, that's fine. He's getting his rebirth going, I suppose. It might be time to start doing a little bit of risky stuff here. So, low chance of success, but what if you did just instantly, you know, joined us there? Well, that would have been neat. The thing is, it's kind of in that pile of just like, yeah, it's 5%, but also, you never know. It's also basically 5% to just sort of like instantly win, so you can also do that. In fact, actually, one of the ways that I got a hold of all of the like the pulverizer squad and whatever else was going into essentially using tame on top of combining it with multiple like turn reset moves, and so just like keep spamming 5% until they gave up and joined. So that's fun. All right, whose turn's next? You. That's neat. You just go do whatever it is that you do. For now, I might be able to take out this guy. Sure. Or gal, apparently. Alright, more than slightly problematic there. Don't suppose anybody's got a quick turn coming up. You, maybe? Probably shouldn't pin all our hopes and dreams on the family dog. Oh, well. Alright. You guys got anything over here? Not really. Their turn's coming up relatively quick. It might be possible to scatter spore these guys into sleep. Okay, a lot of things just don't affect this one, but the other one might be able to be. Alright, might be a little bit of a whiff. That's going to knock him out, but he's going to come right back. Getting our ass kicked by frickin' Cuddles. And there he goes again. Like, realistically, what we need here is, like, just a nice, clean sweep of this guy. It's just that the odds of that are fairly low due to some... Honestly, I probably shouldn't have rolled for as many 50% early on. It's really the mistake that was made here. Of course he'd do that. Dang it. That's probably going to take out Alos. And if it takes out Alos, then we don't have the Quicken anymore. Or no, he actually did survive that. So that means because he now has the Quicken, it might be possible to go and do that sweep we were just talking about. Right. first of all, odds of that, 5%. Odds of this guy, also 5%. Now, that being said, potentially can go in, quicken the guy, maybe get a sweep going. Also, 5% chance of just instant win upon getting that one. So I think right now we'll do that. I'll take the sort of guarantee to some extent. Does he have his... Yeah, he does have his double going. Alright, wouldn't be enough to finish him. Can't quite reach him. Can't take the guaranteed one there, but can you, by any chance, go and munch this bird? Yeah, if this crits... Yes. Beautiful. Now we get what we get. Oh, come on. Why does everything have rebirth? Alright, you need to take your full heal and then get back to being useful next round, because currently she does not have the speed to make this work. Okay, cool. That's actually just fine. Yeah, those things, man. Those birds are the bane of very hard mode. That is for dang sure. Yeah, I'm going to say this attempt is pretty well screwed. Definitely nowhere near as good as a couple of attempts ago, which is a bit of a shame. I don't know why this, of all fights, is the one that I decided to go for, because this is genuinely one of the harder fights in the game. But, oh well. We'll see if anything interesting happens. We've got 2 Malevolence options. We've got a couple of revives. Alright. So we'll try one more time. If he goes for a sweep, if he does some interesting stuff, might see some results there, might be able to buy just enough time to potentially bring back somebody else. She is, functionally speaking, a mobile spawn point at this point. Alright, can these guys do anything? Maybe. I mean, it's not a bad option. There's a chance to put everybody to sleep, or at least a huge number of the party to sleep. You want to crit? No, you don't. Rude. Yeah, I think it's safe to say we're probably not getting this one. But I suppose stranger things have happened before. That heal actually works out pretty neatly because it's not doing a whole bunch compared with other things. That guy's too obsessed with stealing MP, which is not really being used. Shame. Though, is she silenced or something? Like, what's... Let's have you move over this way. Yeah, think it's because it's trying to cast from her HP pool instead of her MP. It's a bit of a shame. But what she can do is go take out this guy's shield at the very least. And there's just a very, very freakishly small chance that of all things, somehow we'll go ahead and have one unit just kind of sweep up the entire team, which we've already shown is very unlikely to happen. But you never know. Like, they would have to get unbelievably lucky with every one of their buffs. Alright, well, that's kind of a one-time opportunity to go get this guy taken out. Which I suppose works a little bit better if I actually bother to use the right ability for it. Well, anyways, so that'll have to be that. I'm not thinking properly because I should probably get some sleep and whatnot. So, thank you all for stopping by in this long as hell rambly thingamadeal, and yeah, it's been a fun night. Y'all take care, have yourselves a good one, and seriously, go check out, you know, whether you want to go check out Fellseal or you want to go check out Tactics Ogre Reborn or One Vision or what have you. Like, don't just let it be at FFT. You know? Like, yes, it's classic, it's the one that everyone knows, but there's so much out there. And I mean, hell, on top of the stuff that I already mentioned, like the Rad Codex games and stuff, like there's a lot out there. So just yeah, give it a bit of a try sometime. And that will be about that. So, y'all have yourselves a good one. Thank you for stopping by, and see you later. Good night.